security gets inside your head. I don't care what you pay, just watch me walk away. If cash is your reason, you won't keep anyone. Perfect house of shell. But it's not a perfect life. Oh, I don't care what you pay, just watch me walk away. If cash is your reason, you won't keep anyone. All your fancy toys leave you feeling right, but do all your fancy cars help you sleep at night? I don't care what you pay, just watch me walk away. If cash is your reason, you won't keep anyone. You may think it's true, but money lies instead. False sense of security gets inside your head. I don't care what you pay, just watch me walk away. If cash is your reason, you won't keep anyone. Perfect house of shell. But it's not a perfect life. Oh, I don't care what you pay, just watch me walk away. If cash is your reason, you won't keep anyone.
Yo, what's up? It's the Week 10 finals for the Dota 2 Community League, Redacted Esports University Club. Week 10 finals. Let's get into it, fellas. Look, this league, it's been going for 9 weeks. Can you believe it? 9 weeks. Every week, we've been playing 2 matches of Dota 2, different game modes each time, not just all pick, not just captain's mode, all random deathmatch. What else? Ability draft, overthrow. We played overthrow and it was sick. We played all mid and it was sick. Every game you win, you and your 4 teammates, which are random, the teams have been random up till now, you get a point. Week 6 there was double points. And later on, we introduced some bounties. Remember the bounties? Those were good. Make sure you compliment me on adding bounties. Those were cool. We've got prize money. You all know it. For those with the most points, we've got $50 for first, $25 for second, and $10 for third. So everyone gets a little something. It's going to be great. Let's get this pre-game show started. We got a little highlights reel of weeks 1 to 9. I put a lot of time and effort into it. Please enjoy. Alright. Welcome, ladies and gents, to week 1 of the Redacted University Community Dota 2 League. Week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5. It's week 6, week 7, week 8, week 9. But let's just get started, fellas.
I'm really impressed with this Monkey King.
A Fisher committed from the... Oh! An unbelievable deny on the top bounty from Big Hook Bill.
Bit of a,
Oh, he's walked
bit
up
of a
to the
yucky.
techie's line.
Oh no.
Oh. Is he gonna do it? Come on, Mojic. Yes! We got a Divine Rapier in the first
Let's
game
go.
of the league. And now Mojic's gonna die. He's gonna drop the Rapier. Oh my god, he's dropped the Rapier.
Radiant's
man.
bottom tower.
Megas for Dire. I don't think Megas is enough though to stop Radiant from winning.
They have a Kunkka.
They still have a chance. They have a Kunkka and Ags Mjolnir faces. Oh, a 3-man crowd. A 4-man crowd faces Void. He's gonna get the pick off in the Earthshaker. He's still got that
He's
Rapier.
still.
He's gonna jump forward onto the Spectre. He's gonna be able to get the pick off.
He's got Magic Lamp as well, so if he gets done, what is going
Oh,
on?
4-man Chrono from the face of Void. I don't know. This might be the end. How is she not in the
Oh
end?
my.
Ancient finally dies to the creeps. Universal Healthcare doesn't quite get X. X-Marks the spot from Big Hook Bill, still only level 1. Primal Roar now, but he does get Chemical Rage off. Monkey King ulti is going to come out, but the damage from Dire is too much, and our TA gone on by the rest of the Dire. A Cookie now barely gets the Pugna. Universal Healthcare perhaps wants to turn that Radiance back on.
Oh, the Radiance is off.
Scurry's gonna die, he's got his Manta recipe! Universal Healthcare, what are you doing? They can't. He's gonna Abyssal forward onto Big Hook Bill, perhaps positioning a bit too aggressively. Float's gonna come out, Life Drain from Stealth Soldier actually misclicks onto a Creeper now. TA getting gone on by Mogic with the Battle Trance, just gonna melt. Pugna pretty much just dying to residual damage at this point. Beast Master similarly out here, the Radiant Heroes.
Well, there's GG.
GG from TA. I mean, what's a synonym for melt? I'm trying to describe all these Radiant heroes dying, and it's like, oh, he melted. Oh, he melted as well.
You can dissolve.
Oh my god, yeah. Dissolving like
Destroy.
sugar in water. The Radiant
Dissolve?
team. Well placed Chrono onto the Storm Spirit. Is it going to be enough to kill with the Fisher? I think it might just be enough. Like, tower goes down very quickly. Wow, occasionally Lucky being really patient with the Manta here. Does get the time off, and an Echo Slam from Nigetsu will take down the Ursa. Shadow Shaman with the Ether Lance managed to lock down the Underlord now, and wow. Echo Slam's going to come out now, and it's going to mean the end of the road for the two Dire supports. No buyback. Storm's going to zip in, but it'll be used up. Addison's going to pop the Enrage on the Ursa, and now he's going to die to Mr. Meeseeks and Gangu 69, and Dire falling quickly. Is this going to be the end? Occasionally Lucky's going to keep jumping forward. His net worth has just eclipsed the Dire heroes to the point of being practically unkillable, it seems. GG's now finally going to come out from Karaoke Nights. GG to the Radiant. It's week 5 and we're here with reverse Captain's Mode, kicking things off. If you're unfamiliar, it's like Captain's Mode, but you're picking for the other team. These teams have a couple of just awful drafts here, and we're going to see which one's more capable of winning. It's Radiant's chance to now make a play onto the remaining Dire heroes. AM's going to start his TP. There's no way in hell it gets cancelled, right? We're seeing the committal of spells, but not in a particularly effective fashion. Eventually the Lone Druid will get bursted down, and Universal Healthcare can go for a far blink onto the TA. But no one's carrying Dusk or Sentries? Come on, guys. You can do better than this. She's just going to sit there. In getting on the courier? Okay, Antichrist, the Morphling, is going to be the one to buy a Sentry in place. Mr. Ogre's going to get the last little match. they're just constantly giving Dyer the opportunity to group up and pick them off one by one. That being said, Universal Healthcare All, I mean, very unwise of them to get through to make the TP there. Ensh is not a hero that's going to be able to relieve that pressure, and now, I mean, the racks are even. Universal Healthcare is like single-handedly keeping his team on his back right now. We're seeing Morphling take advantage of the metamorphosis now, but he just doesn't morph back and he dies. But Universal Healthcare 4 does get a big Mana Void onto the Terrorblade, going to force out a buyback. Christ. And oh my god, AM got on top of the Terrorblade of the Abyssal. He got the Mana Void off. He's dead without buyback. GG comes after Karaoke Nights. How did they let this game slip away? Dyer now positioning in order to take advantage of this bottom tier 2. Antipress is using the Shadow Blade to get the chance onto Karaoke Nights, but it's not going to be enough for the kill. Sandra's going to hook into some healthcare that seemingly by mistake. Stealth Soldier now going for the roll. Perhaps a bit late. Occasionally lucky he's in the tree line. He does send out the bear. Are they going to be able to figure out where he is in order to pick him off? A 3-man Dream Coil on the back lines. Mr. Fucking what's his name? Ogre is going to break it. They do find occasionally lucky. Stealth Soldier's going to get taken down with the man up. And now Universal Healthcare is going to get pinned down by the Cyclope. Mr. Meeseek's going to be the one who has to clean up here. He's actually the only one on the dial left alive. Antichrist looks like he's going to be able to get away. He's going to get the regen on the Shadow Dance. Kill the bear. Just pop the Bissell and keep running away. Pop the Bissell and run away. Pop the Bissell and run away. He pops the Bissell into the LD actually. This is risky though, and you see exactly why it's risky. Because it costs your puck and your TV their lives. Karaoke Nights does however buyback. He also wants to end the game right here as he gets a 3-man Dream Coil. Perhaps not being able to effectively communicate with Mr. Meeseeks and what he's trying to accomplish with the buyback, however.
Impossible. By who?
Like this final push from Dyer is going to be the final nail in the coffin for Radiant. Congratulations, fellas. There's no way. There's no way. That was intentional. He does pay the price for style.
What the f just happened?
Oh my god! What is that black hole? That was onto 5 people! Occasionally lucky 5-man black hole!
Reel me in!
This is so awkward. Alright, this one is stacked triple. That's pretty good.
Whoa, what the? Leo, did you see where the gyro died?
Yeah, yeah.
What happened there? How did that? Just drop some items in front of it or something. Look at this, I'll go drop some items in front of him right now. Oh no! He fucking stunned me! He fucking stunned me!
What did you drop?
I just like Octarine Core. I'll just have to buy another one. Start again?
I have a stun, but you're gonna have to beg for me to use it.
Stun Quap.
Oh, no, dude. Oh, right.
Stun Quap!
I was gonna say,
Jesus!
Sounds really good. Oh,
Coming to
multiple
save
people
you,
have-
Steven.
Multiple people have sentries.
What? Who is the halberd?
Check it out. It's the passive kill steal.
Yeah, where are you, Steve?
I'm right here.
Nice, I'm alive! I'm so
Oh,
good.
I'll deny you away.
Just get a blink dagger. Where's your blink?
I don't have blink.
Alright, wait here. Wait for him to come back out.
Oh, neutral item.
What the fuck? There are neutral items in this game?
Yeah, I got a mango.
Stun?
He's too far away. I don't have a blink.
Why not? I told you to buy a blink!
He's too far away.
Buy a blink! You just have a halberd recipe!
He's too far away.
You have just a recipe! Okay, buy a blink dagger or I'm reporting you. I'm gonna ban you if you don't buy a blink dagger. Why? You can just stun people, then that you stop them attacking too. Go on the squad.
Wait.
Alright, my fucking Sankey's just feeding. Dude, he's fucking trying to spawn camp me. This fucking Wind Ranger, dude. Come kill him, come kill him. We're about to time out. Dude, he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Oh.
Buy a blink dagger! You fucking asshole!
Oh man. Oh.
You're fucking banned. No blink dagger. I won't be self-care. Mid lane now. Killer Jack getting a nice double stun on if he gets to an occasion lucky. He will kill off the AA and now Mr. Meeseeks. He's trying to thread the needle between these Spark Wraiths, but he's not going to make it. Killer Jack now subjected to the same fate. Occasionally lucky. Looking like he's about to get to the Arcane Curse, however, unless Antichrist wanted to come in and claim the kill for himself, but he's not going to get it. In fact, he's going to stand in the Spark Wraith. Mr. Meeseeks just comes in and destroys it. Now, Logic! Jesus Christ, look how fast these numbers are going up! He's just clicking on these meepos like it's no one's business! And he gets, wow! Uncontested! Although, there is a, the black hole onto the PL, and it's the Manifold's going to be able to pick off the AA on the side. It's now an even 3v3 fight for both teams, but there is a 10-second opportunity where there is no Tempest double. For an occasion lucky, the Wrath of Nature is going to come in and Universal Hubkit is going to tear, but the E-Blade comes out. This man does not have a nullifier, but the second Manifold comes out. This is where that 25 talent is so good. Universal Hubkit now does get, he does find vision of him, and he does get in range for the Abyssal, and now with the blink deck for the he's going to get the sheepstick, but the blink black hole for Gargu, he's going to get them both. He doesn't have a refresher on, so he can't get the second one to the bourgeoisie, but the Mana Void is going to be enough. This time the Arc Warden has a buyback, but the PL does not. The Dire pull back that game from the clutches of an Arc Warden who was just going ham. Occasionally Lucky is going to throw out the blast off here, and the man-up's not going to be enough! What the hell is going on? And now Mr. Meeseeks is just going to take this opportunity to put the bourgeoisie in their place. Mr. Meeseeks, truly a man of the proletariat. And Dire will take that opportunity to just end the game.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Well done, guys. I hope you guys enjoy looking back on what we've been doing for the last 9 weeks as much as I do. I gotta say that overthrow game, kind of triggering. Definitely not gonna play with Occasionally Lucky next semester when we do overthrow again. Look, the league's been very successful. I'm very grateful to everyone who helped make it what it is. And it's actually attracted the attention of someone very well known, someone very influential. So I want to show you guys an interview I did with this mysterious person yesterday. They couldn't make it, but we pre-recorded something, so here you go. All right, welcome to the show, Gabe. I've got to say, it's pretty surprising to have you here. What's prompted you to reach out to us in order to contribute to the Community Dota 2 League?
Well, when you're a billionaire like me, the usual rules don't apply. There's no red tape, no limits. So, when I saw what you and Nutrismell were doing with this wonderful league, I knew I had to find a way to get involved.
Okay, so what is it about the league that's giving you such a strong reaction?
I mean, there's a number of factors. The format is spectacular. The way that you utilize all the more obscure game modes is fantastic, and whenever you demonstrate all the obscure bugs they contain, I always make sure that the Office Goblin fixes them promptly.
Sorry, I hope I'm not interrupting, but Office Gremlin?
That's quite alright, and no, the Office Goblin to be specific. He's the one who's been in charge of Dota for the last, I think, about 3 years.
So, he's a real goblin who works on the game? He works on, like, Ice Frog's balance changes and everything that surrounds the core game?
Yes, well, we call him a goblin, but he's more of an extremely malnourished, mentally handicapped man. I hope that's the, politically correct term. And yes, he implements everything that Ice Frog asks for. He did the battle pass pretty much all by himself, and, well, since he's not legally considered a human by law, we save a lot of money on things like his wage, health coverage, and, even electricity bills. He likes to work in the dark.
Okay, well, moving on. Well, since you've taken some interest here, with the Community Dota 2 League, is there any chance that maybe some of that interest can be extended to the rest of the Oceanic Dota 2 scene? Maybe make us an official region like you did with South America? A bit of financial support for the leagues here? Or maybe like a shout out on Twitter?
No.
Okay, no worries. So, look, let's continue on. A hot button issue has been TI-10 lately. People have been particularly calling into question things like how the Dota team, I guess that would be the Office Goblins, plan for what TI-10 is, how he's going to handle the 2020 to 2021 DPC season, And people are especially questioning the way that prize money is distributed within the competitive scene. So, what do you have to say to these people?
Well, what I can assure to you is that the Office Goblin has the community's best interests at heart.
Does the Office Goblin even understand the concepts of money or community?
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Do you understand the concepts of money or community?
After you purchase your first few houses paid for entirely by virgins who pay you to make sexy cosmetics for their favorite video game characters, those concepts certainly start to become a bit more foreign.
Look, fair enough. Gabe, Mr. Newell, thanks for joining us on the show tonight. Hopefully if there's a season 2, we can have you in for a live appearance.
I'd like that very much.
Alright. That was him. That's the guy, Gabe Newell. Yeah, he couldn't do TI-10 this year, so he wanted to do the next best thing, and he sent me an email, and he wanted to help out with the Community Dota 2 League. So thank you, Gabe Newell. It means the world to me. It was an honor to meet you. Thank you so much. So guys, look, we're reaching the end of the pre-game show now. We've only got about 5 minutes left, so it's about time we go into tonight's format, because it's a bit different from what we've done the last few weeks, right? I say few, 9 weeks. We've got 2 games of Captain's Mode, non-randomized teams. I've made these teams as balanced as I can, according to points and generally perceived skills. So we've got two games of Captain's Mode, and then after that, the top 4 players, so the 4 players with the most points over the entire course of the league, will then move into a double elimination bracket of 1v1 mid. 1v1 mid, it's not something we've seen at all up to this point in the league, so I'm really excited to see what happens. We've got a few rules in place, right? Something that I've come up that's relatively standard. It's pretty much in line with what we used to do at older Dota events. So it's all Shadow Fiend. It's no creep blocking, no soul ring, no infused raindrops, no runes or bottle, and no jungling. It's purely 1v1 mid SF. As little random factors as possible. And it's the top 4 players, so very exciting. With the 1v1 game mode, you know, these little micro efficiencies that are already important in regular 1v1, they just get ballooned when there's no team-related responsibilities for the mid laner. So you can buy more regen. You don't have to go gank. You don't have to go for some item like a Yules or a Drum or a BKB. It's all about the regen. It's all about harassing. It's all about landing your Shadow Razors. And it's all about showing the other guy who's the boss. Now for these 2 games of Captain's Mode, we got 10 players who all have established themselves as perfectly capable. They've all got, you know, heroes we've seen them perform well on. Universal Healthcare for All, we've all seen the anti-mage. We saw it just then in the highlights. This man has made so many comebacks on the anti-mage. I don't think he's lost a single game on it. Some come to me and they say, hey, he doesn't buy Rapier. He doesn't buy Skadi. He barely buys Satanic. And I say, yes, that's true. He doesn't buy the really good items, but you know what? I'm sure he's been practicing. I'm sure he's been watching some pro replays. I'm sure he's been learning as much as he can. And if it doesn't get banned by the opposing team, hopefully we'll be blessed by Universal Healthcare for All Anti-Mage tonight. Similarly, Mr. Meeseeks, this man, has been a consistent top scorer over the course of the league, and he's finished week 9 on top. So he's coming into week 10 in the first position. Definitely one of the guys who's going to be going for that first place $50 prize. Right behind him is Mugetsu. Between these players, there's only a 1 point difference. That's one game. A 1 point difference between all these players. So there's a whole pool of players who are perfectly capable of reaching the top 4. And then once it's top 4, I'd say it's anybody's game. It's a new game mode. it's a not that's not the most popular hero, right? So it's a new game mode, it's a new challenge for all these players. It completely shifts the dynamics. It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be anyone's game. It's gonna be a constant back and forth. It's gonna be great. We're almost ready, guys. We've got 2 more players who are still waiting for in the lobby. I'll give you an overview of tonight's teams. Look, the lobby's a bit small on the stream, but I'll read out the teams for you. Or for the Radiant, we've got Never Lucky, Killer Jack, Mogic, Antichrist, and we're currently missing Mr. Meeseeks. For the Dire, we've got Universal Healthcare, Gang269, the Bourgeoisie, Karaoke Nights, and Mugetsu. So there's a balance of top scorers, effective hero specialists, and we've even got a couple higher MMR players in here, right? And here we are, the last 2 players have made it into the lobby. We're going to get started very soon. I hope you're all excited. This is week 10. This is the finals. We've got an extra special format. We're going to be giving away some prize money. 10 weeks of these players just duking it out, vying for the top position, and then we get to the finals, and what do we see? It's neck and neck. These players, only a 1-point differential between so many. There's at least 6 players who, through these games of Captain's Mode, can qualify for the double elimination bracket. It is hot. It is a hot contest. These players are in tight pursuit of each other. Look, they are just going to bring out their A game. They're going to show us what Dota's really about here. And it's not just about playing the best heroes, playing the map better than anyone else, farming the best items. It's about doing cool shit. It's about picking your favorite heroes. It's about having fun. And it's about doing stuff that you can get someone a clip on the Scuffcast stream and share around for your mates. I think it's time to get started. Thanks to everyone who tuned into the pre-game show, to everyone who's played in the league and watched up to this point. Let's get started with the finals.
Seconds.
And we're in. Who is playing the captain's role for both teams? Occasionally Lucky and Karaoke Nights.
Radiant's turn to ban.
These 2 players, I'd say they've got a bit of a rivalry.
Turn to ban.
We got a few players with some rivalries, but the Karaoke Nights are occasionally Lucky one. That's certainly one with a bit of history. These guys have known each other for a while. They know what the other player likes to play. They know how the other player
10 seconds.
likes to draft. And we're going to see already at least one targeted ban come out here as Karaoke Nights bans the Zeus. That's the Mogic Zeus, I'm sure. Definitely one of the more exciting hero-player combinations we've seen thus far in the league.
It is Radiant's turn to pick.
A Sven ban. Interesting. So that's not a hero we've actually seen so far, I don't think. Not since the Ags build has become popular, and oh my god. It's an immediate techies. Why has he done this? I do have a... Look, we all know what... Look, let's not kid around. He's done it because occasionally Lucky likes to play techies. And oh, Mars. Okay, so that's a cool little combo of the techies. Spear into mines. Alright, alright. And Pudge here from the Radiant. So I think Mr. Meeseeks has been the one who's played that in the league. And I believe he had his Dota Plus level for Pudge pretty high. So hopefully we're going to see some good hooks come out here. The Dire, they're playing this techies lineup. So they're going to take out a couple of the heroes like the Spectre who like to play that long game, who can get right on top of the techies, and who don't do too poorly in lane against that Mars. Mars, he trades fine, but really most of the pressure he applies in the lane does come from his spells. So he needs mana, he needs a strong support in the lane with him, and Spectre just kind of sits back and throws out daggers. Now the Radiant, putting a bit of thought into this next ban, it's gonna be a Terrorblade. And now a Viper ban from the Dire. So these guys know exactly what they want to do, it seems. They're getting through these picks and bans pretty quickly. Viper's an interesting one. Perhaps they want to run the Mars mid. They don't want it counted out by something like a Viper. One of those heroes that just, part of their appeal is that they just decimate the lane. That lane usually being mid, as he is a bit partial to getting solo XP. Arc Warden ban now from the Dire. That's another occasionally lucky special. So we're not going to be seeing that tonight. At least in game 1. Similar concept to the Spectre, where it likes to play late game. It likes to split push. It has non-committal pushing options in the Tempest Double, in the potential Necrobook. So the mines aren't as effective as they would be normally. And now Slark from the Radiant. So that's another hero where it might give us a hint as to what the Radiant are thinking they want to pick. TB, Troll, Slark, these are some pretty potent carries. Perhaps something like a Drow Ranger they're looking to go for. Something that doesn't want to just get jumped. Something that can do a bit more damage from the backlines, but they're going to start dipping into their reserve time here. What else might they be thinking of picking? Probably an offlaner, or another support. This could be a support Pudge, or it could be a core. That's, I guess, if there are any nice parts about picking Pudge, it is that he can be a bit flexible in the roles that you put him in. Still though, certainly not the most popular hero over the last few years. Definitely one of a bit of interesting adjustments made to him. Flesh Heap went from giving magic resistance to giving HP regen, and now back to magic resistance. Speaking of magic resistance and HP regen, here comes the Doom. Look, just like Pudge, this is a hero with flexibility. It could be a 2, it could be a 3, it could be a 4. And it's going to be just as effective. He's always going to have farm with his Devour, which does still give that HP regen. He's going to run at you with Scorched Earth. He's going to stun you with Infernal Blade, which does percentage-based damage. He gets a break on his Aghanim Scepter, so pretty good against the Mars in that respect. He's pretty tanky against the techies, but here's the Karaoke Knight special, the Ancient Apparition. He's going to use that to cancel out some of the tankiness from these Radiant Cores, these strength heroes here, with that Ice Blast. But Doom, like I was saying, it's very hard to play a single core lineup into this Doom hero, because he just casts his one button spell on you, and you're done for. So Dire are either going to be looking for a hero that provides a bit of an HP regen aura to mitigate some of that Doom damage and to keep that doomed hero alive, or they're going to be looking to pick up a second relatively hard core, so not all of their damage goes out the window once their carry gets doomed. Clinks now from the Radiant. Occasionally lucky they've taken the techies. They've banned his Arc Warden. He's going to go, okay, last resort. It's my Clinks. I never stop talking about how much I want to play Clinks. I don't care how bad the hero is. All I want to do is play Clinks. And I have a great response. They've got the Dragon Knight. So it's actually a pretty tricky game for Clinks, right? Dire have these two tanky frontliners, Mars of the Bulwark and Dragon Knight, with the Dragon Blood passive giving HP regen and armor. It's going to be difficult for Clinks to find these kills on the AA and the techies. Clinks just in general would probably like to have a squishy core that he can assassinate and burst down in fights. But when you're playing against this Mars DK combo, not only do you have to settle for a support pickoff, but it can be hard to find one when this Mars and DK are just going to be, covering the techies and the AA as much as they can. Not even to mention the fact that techies can deny himself. So at that point, your only reliable kill is the AA, and the kill only remains reliable until AA gets Ghost Scepter, which over the last few years we've seen supports get more and more free handouts, just like a corporation receiving government handouts, supports get a little bit more friendly with Ice Frog every patch. So getting that Ghost Scepter, it's easier than it was a couple of years ago. Final bans from both teams. We've got PL from the Radiant and Ursa and Drow from the Dire. So heroes they don't want to deal with. Not necessarily heroes I'd say cancel them too hard. I guess Ursa's got a pretty good couple of matchups here, but PL from the Radiant, one of the classic counter picks against the cores that you see from this lineup, where Doom and Clinks, even Pudge, they deal explicitly in single target spells, single target lockdown, single target damage. And PL is one of those heroes where you need AoE early in the draft, or else he just he acts on the same level as a Broodmother in that way. Final ban from the Radiant is the Faceless Void. I would say they have enough lockdown for a Faceless Void, but it is a particularly popular hero, so no shame in just banning out the generally strong stuff. Even if you are playing with a Doom, with a Pudge, with a Lion, the Faceless Void still can get slippery with that Time Walk, so no chances taken from the Radiant. They want to do the most they can to secure this first game here and get some of their higher ranked players into the finals. It's Meeseeks and occasionally Lucky who can make it for the Radiant, and it's Universal Healthcare, the Bourgeoisie, and Mugetsu for the Dire. And, ooh, I like this Gyrocopter pick. Not a hero that we see particularly often anymore, but look, he's not too squishy. He's a strong laner. I'd say the AA Gyro lane's pretty good. I reckon they're going to be able to put a lot of pressure on this Doom. Especially considering that he's most likely going to be laning with that Pudge, so a bit of a weak off lane coming out. Perhaps the Doom's strength can offset the Pudge's weakness, but the AA Gyro combo from the Dire is going to try to stop that from happening. Final pick now coming out for the Radiant. They're dipping away into their reserve time. They're looking for a carry. There's not much left in the pool. Both teams have been constantly banning out these 1 positions. What's even left? We're going to see right now as the final pick from the Radiant is a Monkey King. So, a hero notoriously good against these melee heroes such as Mars and DK. And the ulti is a bit, how should I say this? It goes a bit underestimated by a lot of players, but this Monkey King feels like he's pretty vulnerable to getting bursted down by the Dire cores. Look, the Mars is a burst damage teamfighting specialist. The Gyrocopter, lots of burst with the flak cannon. Lots of AoE with the flak. But we'll see how it goes, as both teams, they're getting into it now. It's actually Karaoke Nights playing the techies and Gangu taking the AA. What a twist! AA, that's one of Karaoke Nights' signatures. But it's Gangu69 who's going to take it. We see a tactical pause here coming out from Universal Healthcare for All.
Time for a little butchery.
I'll burn your body to ashes. You almost had
While we're in the pause, we've got a bit of extra time. So not only do I think we have time to go through the players, I think we've got time to even digest some of these item builds a little bit. So for the Radiant, we've got Killer Jack on the Lion, occasionally Lucky on the Clinks, Mogic, the man on the Monkey King, Doom being played by Antichrist, and then it's Mr. Meeseeks on the Platinum tier Pudge. Showing off that persona for the Dire. It's going to be Universal Healthcare for All on the Gyrocopter, a hero we've not seen him play up until now in the league. Gangu69 on the AA, taking it from Karaoke Nights, who's decided to pick up the techies. He's starting with that Orb of Venom. And this cosmetic set is freaking awesome. We've got, who's on the Dragon Knight? The Bourgeoisie himself. Starting out with a double bracer. He's going to be pretty tanky. He's going to need it if he's leaning into this Monkey King. And then finally, we've got Mugetsu, our number 2 player here on the Mars. Starting with a Mango. He's looking to cast a couple spells. They've got this Observer Ward. I think it's definitely in Dire's favour to engage in a fight for the rune down bottom. And I'd say the same for the top lane as well, actually. Although the Bourgeoisie, he's run a bit far forward. He wanted to get that second bounty rune in top, but he's not going to get it. Antichrist now is running forward, but... Oh, they're actually going to bait Gangu into getting hooked, but... They're lacking follow-up, and actually they're just going to give him the rune. The hook's going to lead to him getting the rune, and now Gangu, he's got to change paths in order to not get it intercepted by Mogic, but... Both these heroes do outspeed Gangu, but oh, Mogic turns back and now he's getting body blocked a bit. Oh, nice hook from Mr. Meeseeks. That's going to secure first blood for the Dire. A little bit of extra XP going to Mogic, and if you're the Bourgeoisie, you're probably a little bit scared. That extra little injection of XP could lead to Mogic getting level 2 first. Once Mogic gets level 2, things are going to become much harder for the Bourgeoisie in the mid lane. Down bottom, Karaoke Knights has started with Blast Off, so he's getting a bit low. He's going to look to deny himself here. And look how much damage that is. Occasionally Lucky, already below half health. Meeseeks looks like he was fishing for another hook. Looks like he missed it there. He's going to block the pull camp with an obs. No. The Bourgeoisie, well done getting that range creep deny, so... Actually a very large XP advantage for the Dragon Knight currently. And perhaps with more levels what we'll see is the armor from the Dragon Knight can't be penetrated by the Monkey King. This is a hero that likes to play against the melee matchup, but... Perhaps we'll see Dragon Knight act as a bit of an exception here tonight. And wow, the damage reduction barely doing enough there to prevent that last hit. Whose courier's there? Occasionally Lucky. He doesn't want his courier to get sniped, so he's going to let it sit under the tower. Well, he does run back for it though. He is missing out on a ranged creep. Looks like he's having not the best time down here, not compared to Mugetsu, who's definitely developing a bit of a CS lead. He's going to get his first bracer shipped out. Gangu69's gone for the small camp pull in the Dire safe lane, so that's not going to respawn. And we'll see at the 3-minute mark whether Gangu recognizes that or not. As mid lane, a bit of an engagement. Mogic does get the Jingu Mastery, but it's not going to be enough for a kill. Bourgeoisie actually sitting at 12 armor, so perhaps they were onto something with this Dragon Knight pick here. Karaoke Knight is going to start placing proximity mines into these radiant trees, so perhaps going to look to bait someone to get into there. If Killer Jack ever... Ooh, Karaoke Knight's getting a bit feisty there. Calling occasionally Lucky a coward in the all chat. Up top, Antichrist is getting a bit low. He hasn't gotten a devoured ability just yet. He's had to settle for lane creeps. How many levels does he need to get this Wild Ring Ripper? He needs one more level, so the homing missile now from Universal. They only need a little bit more damage, and with the ice, the cold feet from the Ancient Apparition, it is just going to be enough to secure the kill. The hook for Mr. Meeseeks is going to take down Universal Healthcare on the gyro, but it will lead to his own death at the hands of the Ancient Apparition. So a 2-for-1 in the top lane. You know, we can wish that the XP went to the gyro rather than the AA, but you know, it is what it is. One of these mines has been detonated here, but it doesn't look like Killer Jack's particularly taken much damage. Mr. Meeseeks, as he respawns, he's TP'd into the mid lane, so Logic actually has secured that XP advantage now. He's pulling ahead in the CS2. Meeseeks going to reel in the haste rune for his mid player, and we're going to see a bit of a pause here. Line's stuck, alright, so is anyone playing the pause game? Nope. So the Monkey King is pulling ahead now in the CS. But, you know, no matter how far this Monkey King gets, it still seems pretty unlikely that he's going to be able to secure a kill onto the Bourgeoisie, so most likely he's going to have to resort to roaming into the top lane, pressuring this gyrocopter. And once that happens, Bourgeoisie is going to hit level 6 and he's going to start attacking this tower.
The quest for ultimate
Gang comes
glory
unpaused here. Mr. Meeseeks, he reeled in the haste rune for Mogic, so as the lane comes a bit further back, he's going to go pick it up. And like we said, while this does put a bit of pressure on the Bourgeoisie, it's not going to be enough to really lead into any kind of kill. Could Bourgeoisie... Oh, he doesn't quite get the deny there, but look how little damage he takes. It's a bit sad, really. Mr. Meeseeks has run his way back to the top lane. The Dire are liking vision of him, but he will miss the hook there, so Gunga gonna live another day. Universal Healthcare, living the dream right now. He's just farming under that tower. I like the early level in homing missile. First time I've actually seen a gyro since that little guy, that little immortal got released, so that's pretty cool. As far as the bounties are concerned, looks like we're going to be seeing a 2-for-2 split here. Although Mr. Meeseeks, he's smoked up, and before he goes and gets that other bounty rune over here, he wants to try and find the pick-off into Bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisie is at half health now, so while that might be still too high for Mogic to get a kill, it might be enough for Meeseeks to land a hook. And ooh, did Bourgeoisie just see him?
Huh? Was it empty?
If he did see him before, he definitely saw him just now, as Mr. Meeseeks does throw out the hook and it will whiff. Bottom lane, Killer Jack out of mana. And a spear from Migetsu with a blaster follow-up from Karaoke Knights. Unfortunately, the God's Rebuke actually misses, so as Occasional Lucky comes back in, he's going to bait Migetsu into Mr. Meeseeks, who's here with the rot. And that God's Rebuke whiff was just enough to save Occasionally Lucky. Up top lane though, the Dire are going to try and take advantage of the fact that Mr. Meeseeks is not here. They're trying to bring him down with the Rocket Barrage, but... Oh, this guy's holding 9 mangoes. That's why he didn't die. He's got 15 health regen. Yeah, this build is next level. He's practically full health again. Mr. Meeseeks is gone for another mid-rotation here. Carrying a sentry.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There is an arcane root bottom. Looks like Killer Jack might be the one to claim it. No?
Radiant should look
I
to
think...
their bottom tower.
Did they get... So Bourgeoisie's planted this ward.
Hells yeah.
And yeah, he definitely sees these Radiant supports. So he's going to have plenty of time in order to back off here. And the likelihood of a hook landing here from Mr. Meeseeks is pretty low. Damn, I was so ready to be proved wrong there. Ooh, unfortunate sentry placement for Killer Jack. Actually, Antichrist The health regen is not enough as Universal and Gangu are going to claim another kill. But a bit of an unlucky sentry placement from Killer Jack here as it's just outside the range of this Observer Ward. Karaoke Knight's now taking the opportunity to do a bit of dewarding himself. And the Bourgeoisie, hopefully we can see a bit of an Elder Dragon form coming out here soon. Ooh, up top, actually a return kill coming out onto Universal Healthcare as Killer Jack and Mr. Meeseeks are both front top, leaving occasionally Lucky in the bottom lane in order to get some pressure onto Universal Healthcare here. The good news that does come out of this is that the Ancient Apparition is going to hit 6 off the lane XP. So any engagement the Radiant attempt to make is going to be met with a big Ice Blast from Gangu. Now your AA is 6, so it's time to just let Universal get as much XP as possible. I would like to see him TP bot, maybe try and pressure this Clinks, try and open up that lane for your own purposes, but he's going to come back top. Karaoke Nice, he'll deny himself in the mid lane onto Mogic, so Mogic pretty low here. Hopefully Bourgeoisie can start pushing this lane. And geez, Mugetsu here, he does get pretty low to occasionally Lucky. He's actually going to end up dying. He's gone for a max Bulwark build, but when you turn around like that, that's a lot of skill points going to waste. And he's going for a Vanguard build, so not what I would consider ideal. You want items like the Phase Boots, like the Soul Ring, in order to provide pressure onto the Clinks. You don't want to just relieve the pressure he's putting on you. You want to apply some of your own. Up top, Meeseeks will trade his life for that of Universal Healthcare. Karaoke Knights, he's blasted himself off to go pretty low, and a Doom from Antichrist will be enough to pick him off. Universal Healthcare, he's having a bit of a tough time. Mugetsu wants to use the arena, but he's lacking boots. He'll pop it onto Antichrist here, but he's already used the spear. And both his actual spells are so low level that the damage is just inconsequential. In fact, the rot from Mr. Meeseeks combined with the Scorched Earth from Antichrist means that Mugetsu is being completely outsped here. And that will result in his death as 10 minutes hit. The outposts do provide both teams with a bit of XP. And it's looking like another 2-2 split on the bounty runes, but as far as both teams' cores are concerned, actually Universal Healthcare is on top of the net worth for his team. After a few deaths, I thought he might be a bit lower, but he's doing alright. Unfortunately, the Clinks is pretty well equipped to deal with homing missiles from Gyrocopter, so going for the kill here is perhaps a bit optimistic. Luckily, Universal did prepare some regen, so he's not going to have to go back to base, but you definitely need a +1 down here in order to kill the Clinks. But that +1 is not going to be Mars, as his arena's still on cooldown. And until he gets, 6 or so more levels and he gets these spells maxed out, Mugetsu's going to be a bit of dead weight for his team, I think. Hook misses from Meeseeks, but the blast off from Karaoke Knights is actually going to get cancelled by the Dismember. And the techies will fall to Antichrist. So Antichrist now pulling ahead of the entire Dire team in net worth, and in fact this catapult is remaining. With that, the Radiant are going to be able to secure the first tower of the game. Meeseeks now, he's teleported middle, and Mogic is going for the Primal Spring on the Bourgeoisie, but he's not going to find the slow. But wow, well-placed stun from the Monkey King is going to lead into a hook from Mr. Meeseeks. The Dismember now just comes back off cooldown. The Spear of Mars from Mugetsu is going to whiff. And now is the Monkey King ultimate going to be enough to finish off the Bourgeoisie? It's not. This Dragonite is going to salve back up and he's going to be ready to pop his ulti and relieve this mid lane pressure. Universal Healthcare, he's got a bit of space down bottom now. He's working towards a Maelstrom. Occasionally, like he's looking towards a Deso. We got an Ancient stack? No. Alright, number one rule of playing with a Gyrocopter, guys, is you stack the Ancients. Mugetsu, he's got his Vanguard finished, but it's only really very good against a couple of these Radiant heroes, and frankly, Bulwark does what Vanguard does even better, but
currently, Mugetsu is really lacking in game impact right now, and until he gets his non-bulwark skills leveled up, it's going to remain that way. Dire do have a bit of an uphill mine cluster, as Meeseeks is going to run into 3 proximity mines, but it'll be the remote ones that finish him off, and Karaoke Knights, he'll use the blast off to now finish off Killer Jack. Magic's going to attempt to flee, but the Bourgeoisie's popped his ultimate. He's not going to get a stun off, but he is going to be able to pressure this tower now. Antichrist top, he's been gone on by Universal. He's going to get the pick off on his courier, but without even carrying anything of importance. The point is, he's going to trade his life for it. His last hit even goes to Universal, so he'll pick up his first kill of the game finally.
Radiant have fortified their structures against
And Gyro's doing well. Unfortunately, I can't see what Universal Healthcare had on his courier, but it doesn't seem like it was anything too important, as Mr. Meeseeks, he's got the rot onto Gangu, and Universal Healthcare is a bit too far away in order to help him. He does have a homing missile locked on now though, and with the rocket barrage, is this going to be enough damage? Perhaps with the ultimate, but it's going to be close, as Mr. Meeseeks does have 8 flesh heap stacks, which are raising his magic resistance by quite a bit, and the Monkey King appearance is going to be enough to dissuade Universal from pursuing that kill any further. So 3 heroes now top for the Radiant, and not much is really happening on the map. Not much is being accomplished by these rotations, although the net worth lead has skyrocketed to 5k. So there's definitely going to be a lot of weight on Universal to carry the game on his gyrocopter. In the mid lane, Mojic, he's out of mana, but he does have some bottle charges and he's working towards a defusal. But top lane, Universal, he sticks around and he gets punished for it. He'll get hooked and he'll get doomed. There's an entire bottom lane that's free to farm, but he chose to stick around in the lane where 3 heroes had teleported to. When heroes teleport to a lane like that, chances are they're going to stay in this lane because it's, you know, you TP to one lane and then you have to run to another. It's a waste of time. When a hero TPs to a top lane like that, you know, they're pretty much stranded until their next TP comes off cooldown. So feel free to just teleport to an empty lane, but Universal, he feels like it's his job to keep pushing out this top lane, which I don't agree with. It's 15 minutes, and the bounty runes are going to go in favor completely to the Radiant, excuse me, as Mogic's going to secure both bot ones, and Gangu actually will get the top bounty for the Dire, so that's nice. He is playing with fire a little bit here, as he has been tailed by Meeseeks and Antichrist. They're going to give it up, though. They have placed a ward on the high ground. And Antichrist, he does pop a proxy mine. But Universal, he's a bit hesitant to go for a homing missile here. Meeseeks does with a hook, and Mugetsu's in the area, but he still doesn't really have enough levels in his other spells. In fact, he still doesn't even have boots, so he's just a lumbering... You know, a slow lumbering Mars right now, who's going to find it a bit hard to get very much done. The Dire team, though, as they rotate, they do provide space for Universal in order to get as much farm as he needs. But the Bourgeoisie, he's gone for the Dragon Tail onto Mojic. The Spear of Mars is going to come out, and Mojic, he's standing in the arena, so he's got that extra bit of armor. The Dismember will come out onto the AA, picking him off. And oh my god, Mojic, he's surviving in the arena. He'll finally die to the Ice Blast, but not before taking Mugetsu down with him. The Bourgeoisie, he's been surrounded by 4 heroes, and he's slowly going to get taken down. Universal and Karaoke Knights are the only players left, but they're living on such low health.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Things not looking good for the Radiant here. Things not looking good for the Dire here, as Radiant take a pretty decisively positive fight as the net worth climbs even further to 8k. This top lane is going to get pushed in now, and the Radiant do have a catapult. Magic's working on that Ags, so he's been keeping up with what's popular in the world of Monkey King. Aghanim Scepter, very high value item. It's going to be Karaoke Knights who wants to teleport to defend this top lane, but as he blasts off I'm not sure how capable he is of surviving here, as actually Antichrist is going to walk back into a proxy mine by accident and just concede a kill to Karaoke Knights there. That's certainly worth a tip. Although occasionally lucky, if Dyer chases any further, they might become the victim of this Desolator Clinks. The hook's going to come from Mr. Meeseeks and he'll land it onto Karaoke Knights. The Spear of Mars will come out, saving Karaoke Knights, but as he places another mine, he will give his life. The Spear of Mars does now come out, but the extra damage isn't going to come out as the Spear of Mars is still on cooldown. The Ice Blast will be enough to finish him off, and occasionally lucky, the Strafe's on cooldown, so as he shows himself, he's making himself vulnerable to the Dire Heroes, and this homing missile is going to be enough to find the kill here. How much detection do the Dire Heroes have? The answer is none. It's 18 minutes into the game, and there's no detection for this Clinks. Antichrist is now respawned, and he's going to cast the Doom onto this Mars. The Bourgeoisie, he's trying to get back to his team, but he doesn't have mana for his ultimate. He's going to have to Soul Ring in order to use his Dragon Tail. As Gargi gets taken down by occasionally lucky, it's going to be Mogic, who makes the leap forward onto the Bourgeoisie, taking him down. And while 3 of the remaining Dire Heroes do make it out, it's going to be at the cost of giving just letting that Radiant net worth advantage escalate even further. Karaoke Knights is going to make an effort to try and put some mines up in order to defend this tower, but Antichrist is just going to take him and say, thanks for the gold.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There is a slight insurance policy against dives with these proximity mines, but Radiant are confident enough to just take the tower without going for an extra pickoffs. And now this top outpost has been made vulnerable. It's a very good sign when you're able to take this top outpost, or excuse me, the enemy outpost, I guess I should say, before 20 minutes. And that's exactly what the Radiant are going to be able to do here. Is it's going to be a contest for the Dire to see whether they can claim it back within the next 35 seconds. Antichrist, you know, he's a tanky guy here, and he's going to sit in front of this outpost, dissuading Dire from trying to take it. Universal in the triangle, he's going to get taken down by Mr. Meeseeks. And this Gyrocopter pick is not really working out for the Dire, as it has been struggling a bit. Dire will reclaim the outpost before 20 minutes, so it looks like the outpost XP will be evenly distributed for both teams, but the map control and the net worth lead is so far in the way of the Dire's advantage, and another hook for Mr. Meeseeks, tearing it up on the pudge. The Bourgeoisie will be his latest victim. And geez, this Clinks has an Imp Claw. Pretty scary stuff. Here is Mugetsu, still no boots, but he's got that Blink Dagger. He has Vampire Fangs, but he still needs to put them in his neutral item slot. What other neutral items do we see for both teams? Grove Bow is a good one. Clinks, seems like he can't really make up his mind on which one he wants here. He'll give up the Imp Claw, so perhaps that'll go to Mogic. And for the Dire, we've got Ring of Aquila and Vampire Fangs. So, actually, Mugetsu returns the Vampire Fangs back to base, and he'll give them to the Bourgeoisie. The remote mines in this little high ground area won't be enough to finish off Meeseeks, but the Blast Off Ice Blast combo will. Mugetsu, he'll reveal the Blink for the first time, but he'll whiff the Spear of Mars. Killer Jack now, as he's affected by the Ice Blast. Bourgeoisie will finish him off with Brief Fire. The Dragon Tail's going to get dispelled, and now Logic, he's got a big ulti off as these Dire Heroes are being locked down by Mr. Meeseeks. He's getting a bit low, but he's going to survive. The Doom does come out on Mars, and now Dire, they've got to get out. Radiant have free run of the map right now, as they're going to get what looks like it might be a team wipe here, as Universal desperately tries to flee from Mr. Meeseeks. Will these mines result in a kill? They won't. They're going to keep chasing here, as Universal, he tries to get a return kill, but he's not going to do it in time. Team wipe for the Radiant. Things going from bad to worse for the Dire. And these Radiant heroes, they're perfectly capable of taking buildings, taking Roshan. This Clinks certainly enables these things. As I say that, Mugetsu, he's teleporting bottom, but he doesn't know occasionally like he's right there. He will land the Spear of Mars this time, but it's not going to successfully impale Antichrist into the tree, and the Dire, they're dropping like flies to this Klinksia, whose damage, even without the Death Pact, is just seemingly overwhelming. Antichrist will eventually trickle down to the Ice Blast, but it seems almost like it's too little too late here. As Mogic finishes the Aghanim Scepter, I'm left wondering when the next big item is going to come for the Dire team. We've just had Mugetsu show off his Blink, but he's not really gotten much out of it. Karaoke Nights, he's not really working towards anything specific right now, it seems. Alright, he'll start buying the components of his Ags, but he's still 2k gold away. Killer Jackie's been gone on AA by the mid lane, and Universal's here to apply the follow-up, so a nice kill going to the Gyro, but really not a particularly impactful one, as we see the return kill on the AA now going to the Radiance in Karaoke Nights. He's actually going to blast off back into the Monkey King ult, and he's going to pay for it with his life. Occasionally lucky, he's trying to get out of there with his life, but he will fall. But as he does, actually, Universal somehow makes it out of there with an Ultra kill. The Dire Heroes just overextending to the point where Universal is just going to flak cannon everyone to death, rocket barrage everyone to death. That's a 2k gold swing for the Dire, but a massive XP swing for this Gyrocopter, who's now nearly level 18. He's practically on par with this Clinks, who's 10 and 1. Good things coming for the Dire if they keep this up. What I thought was a bit of a premature ultimate from Mogic on the Monkey King does end up securing, does end up being a bit of a detriment there, as it does give the opportunity for these tankier Dire heroes to show their stuff. And their stuff is to make space for Universal, who's going to finish off his full Mjolnir, hopefully working towards that Aghanim Scepter next. Neutral, Never Sure coming out now for the Dire. God, show me their fucking neutral items. Philosopher's Stone, no one's really taking that right now. Pretty rubbish item. Mugetsu after that fight is finally going to pick up some boots. Please don't take farm from your carrier like that. But Dire, I'm not sure they're aware that Radiant is taking Roche right now. This is... Oh, actually, Mugetsu does ping it out.
Where's my pension?
Oh, no, that's a Radiant ward. How are they aware of this? Maybe it's a coincidence, as Radiant identify that finishing this game is going to be a lot easier when you've got an Aegis in your Clinks. So they're going to do that relatively quickly. I'm sure the Dire are kicking themselves right now, but they've got to put their faith in the techies in order to defend their high ground. Universal Healthcare is doing the right item build. He is going for that Ags. A Maelstrom Ags would have been better than Mjolnir Ags, but better late than never. The Bourgeoisie, ooh, when did the ultimate come out from him? So that's going to be on cooldown for the next fight, and I would not defend this tower if I was the Dire. Into an Aegis, this is intimidating. This tower is for forfeit. But actually, as I said, Bourgeoisie, he disagrees. He's going to go Blink Stun on to Antichrist on the Doom, and with the Spear of Mars follow-up, it's going to be up for the kill. Mogic now, he's going to fall to Universal on the Rocket Barrage with the Mjolnir activation. The magic damage is overwhelming. The armor buff from the Monkey King ultimate doesn't help against magic damage, and it's a 2-for-0 pick-off. Bourgeoisie, he wants more, but his team's not going to give it to him. Another 2k gold swing for the Dire. Although the tower will get taken down by occasionally lucky eventually. Mr. Meeseeks is going to blink in now in order to take down Gangu. The stun will come out, and oh! With the Glimmer Cape, he's barely going to avoid the damage from those searing arrows. The Bourgeoisie will get hooked in by Mr. Meeseeks, but it will not result in a kill here as Mugetsu, he's going to go on to rebuke Killer Jack and Mr. Meeseeks into the Ice Blast here, as the Blaster from Karaoke Nights will not be enough. The Pipe from Meeseeks will be enough to keep his support alive.
Double damage.
under attack. Radiant
Tier 3 neutral items start dropping for both teams now. As occasionally Lucky will find a greater Fairy Fire. Universal Healthcare, he's going to keep farming that triangle. He's almost level 20 now. The highest level in the game by quite a large margin, actually. Good stuff coming out here from Universal. Oh, they've got a repair kit. This is one of the dream neutral items when you've got that techies on your team. Makes it exceedingly difficult to push high ground. Paladin Sword for the Radiant will be good for the Monkey King, and Telescope for the Dire will be good for Gangu on the AA. Both teams avoiding engagements right now. Antichrist's latest item is a 10-second BKB, so he's not going to be so easy to burst down in the next fight. Same goes for occasionally Lucky. It was an Aegis before. This time it's going to be the BKBs that are the scary factor for the Dire. But Mugetsu, occasionally Lucky walks under a sentry and he's not even going to get the chance to get his BKB off. Doom's going to count from Antichrist down to the Bourgeoisie, but this is a tanky DK, not the ideal target. Occasionally Lucky now will pop the BKB on his second life. He's going to try and make it go onto Universal, but he's going to make it away. Gangu 69, he'll glimmer, he'll try to escape the clutches of the Radiant, but is he really going to make it? They barely see him. Occasionally he's going to try to catch up, and it looks like this is the end of the road for Gangu, but a 1-for-2 trade. That's every ultimate from the Radiant plus the Aegis from Klinks. I would feel confident defending high ground now if I was on the Dire. All we need is to see a couple mines coming out from Karaoke Knights, and the spear back from Mugetsu with the homing missile follow-up. They're actually going to get pick off onto Mr. Meeseeks here. This is why you do not stand here when you're a Pudge. You do not hit buildings. Please stay out of vision. And Mugetsu, he was a bit of a deadweight before, but now it's 29 minutes in, and the impact has been made. These Blink Spears have been extremely impactful in allowing Dire to really make their skills known in these fights, even if the net worth lead hasn't changed too much. Bourgeoisie, he'll go for the blink forward onto Antichrist. His BKB is not on cooldown, but he still gets a bit greedy with it, so the arena from Mugetsu will be enough to get that pick off. And look, while the net worth lead hasn't swung too far away from where it was earlier for the Radiance, it's better for the Dire than if it was only growing bigger. Universal Healthcare, he's going to finish his Ags. Mogic will actually find a pick off onto Gangu 69, but, you know, it's just your AA. He has been impactful with the Ice Blasts, but his deaths aren't overly impactful. Sometimes you just got to tank the gank for your carry. And Universal, he's going to appreciate that tanked gank, and he's going to be working towards his next item here. I was going to say an MKB would be the damage route, but it's looking like he wants to get a BKB. A Blink Spear now from Mugetsu. He's going to push occasionally Lucky back into the tower. The Dragon Tail from the Bourgeoisie is going to keep him under the true sight, and now he's struggling to get away from the Dire team, and it'll be the Ags from Universal that does deal the finishing blow. Karaoke Knights dealing out those tips. He's getting confident. The Radiant, Roche isn't up for another 2 minutes minimum. They took that Roche in order to push uphill. They bought these BKBs in order to push uphill, and they've been unable to do it. This gyrocopter is going to be able to scale into the late game exceedingly more effectively than a Klink's Monkey King duo core. And now Karaoke Knights, he's got Ags. This techies is officially scary. I mean, the Radiant will never enter the triangle, and it's going to be pretty hard to get a proper creep wave into the Dire base. Mugetsu, Bourgeoisie, they're going to blink forward in order to try and find some stuns onto Antichrist, and they'll find them into the Spear of Mars. He'll get pinned to the arena, and though he pops the BKB, will it really be enough to get him out? Perhaps it will, as Mogic now comes in with the ultimate. as he pops the Diffusal onto Gangu. That's going to be quick and easy pick-off. Doom now onto Dragon Knight, and the Dismember onto Mars is going to be a 3-for-0 trade for the Dire. Getting a bit cocky there, as I don't think they understand just how tanky this Doom is. You need an extra hero there in order to ensure he doesn't get off his BKB.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Universal, he's pushing the bottom lane in with this catapult, but occasionally Lucky wants to put him in his place here. Can Universal Healthcare make it out? Occasionally Lucky, he's going to chase with the Skeleton Walk. He's going to go for the TP. Ah! He's barely going to go down. He's going to immediately buy back. He wants to make sure he's defending the base. The tier 3 tower's fallen, and with the Aghanim Scepter from the Monkey King, they're going to be dealing considerable building damage here, even without the Clinks. But as the Clinks, he's got to get to the Dire base. He's got to get back to where his team is. The Doom dies, but now Universal Healthcare, he's going to die to Magic. Mr. Meeseeks will blink forward onto the Bourgeoisie, but it's not going to be enough for the kill. Mugetsu, he'll throw out the arena, but he'll whiff the Spear of Mars. Magic's going to man up here. The Blameo will dissuade him from attacking for a little while longer, and he will eventually fall to the Bourgeoisie. Carrick Knights, he's going to go for a blast off, but it's not going to be enough to stop Mr. Meeseeks from blinking out. And all Universal, it feels bad dying once, but it feels extra bad dying twice, and it feels extra bad knowing that you didn't really get as much as you want to out of that buyback, considering that was a 4v5 where the Reddit were without their Clinks. It feels like this Gyro needs so many items now at this point. He needs an armor item, he needs a Satanic, and he needs a damage item like an MKB, a Daedalus, a Divine Rapier. How's he going to get there? It's going to take a lot of effective stalling from the Dire, but as much as I hype this techies up, you know, the remote mines are magic damage, so every 5 minutes a catapult's going to spawn, and that's going to be Radiant's opportunity. Roshan respawns in 50 seconds, so it's going to line up with the spawn of the siege creep for the Radiant. Perhaps this will be their chance. That being said, Dire, they still do have their free repair kit charges. And the Bourgeoisie, he's going to finish up that Halberd, so one of the measures they're going to be using here to circumvent these right-clicking causes effectiveness in these team fights. This Clinks and this Monkey King, they've been wreaking havoc, but perhaps with the Halberd, they'll be able to mitigate that a bit as they're positioned around the Roche pit. They want to know when he respawns. They know what their next objective is. Meeseeks.
Excellent.
Ooh, he's gonna check the pit just before it respawns. Antichrist, please walk in. Please walk in. Someone, please walk in.
Excellent.
Mugetsu pings Roshan as soon as it respawns. That's kind of odd. Maybe they're just aware of it. Maybe they keep being tracked. But Meeseeks, they're gonna discover that Roshan's up, and the Ice Blast from the Dire is gonna mean that they're aware too. Looks like that's gonna dissuade Radiant from hitting it right away. Antichrist though, he does go in. They decide that this is their chance. Universal, it looks like the Dire do not want to contest. Perhaps Mugetsu wants to go for the blink. Wants to go for that Aegis snatch. He will not get it. Dire, they're too slow. And Radiant are going to claim the Aegis and Cheese for themselves. Time to get to the high ground now. Bourgeoisie's in a funny spot, but Mr. Meeseeks, they actually have vision of him here. He's going to get the blink, and the Bourgeoisie's going to, his life is going to be forfeit. He doesn't have a buyback, so interesting stuff. And Dire, they got more mines top than mid, that's for sure. So Carrick Knights is going to be in a bit of a scramble to secure some remote mines for the mid lane. But actually, he's going to get some that he'll use to pick off Antichrist for a grand total of 1,000 gold. Oh, the spear back from Mugetsu. He's not going to quite get it into the tower. He's only going to get it onto the wall. And now the arena, perhaps its impact will be a bit limited here. As I say that, the Ice Blast comes out, and it will be enough to pick off Killer Jack. The flat cannon is now going to come from Universal, but his armor is so low. compared to the damage from this Clinks. The Ice Blast will be enough to finish off the Pudge here, and then perhaps Mogic and Universe, Mogic and occasionally Lucky, they want to get out of here. They're outnumbered. These spears from Mugetsu have been pretty clutch so far, gotta say. Now tier 4 neutral items coming out from both teams. A Magic Lamp for the Radiant and nothing yet for the Dire. Universal, he's got his 10-second BKB, he's about to get his 25 talent, and he's working towards that MKB. This is finally going to be the timing where the Gyro can really dish out damage that rivals the Monkey King and the Clinks. After that, it's just going to be down to Satanic Assault Cuirass, you know, something that's going to keep him alive in case he gets caught out with his pants down here as Mogic. Pretty deep into enemy territory here as he does have an Invis rune. He's going to spot Gangu here, but can he burst him down quickly enough? I don't think he's totally convinced. As he's going to go for it now as okay. He does a lot of damage. Spell Prism now for the Radiant. Probably going to go to Antichrist or Killer Jack, I would imagine, as Witless Shaker now is also going to be... that's probably going to be the one that goes on Lion. So Spell Prism for the Doom, I would think. And Flicker for... who knows? Perhaps Monkey King wants that. Perhaps Clinks wants that. The Dispel really can be quite high value. For the Dire, all we see so far is a Illusionist Cape for the Gyro and a Flicker. So Radiant, they still want to get something out of this Aegis. They've only got 2 minutes left on it, I think.
My thanks.
Lion's going to be the one to pick up the Spell Prism. They don't want to use the Witless Shaco, it seems. Please stop using God's Rebuke on the way your carries trying to farm. Universal going for the high IQ plays using the Mjolnir active on his illusion here. And bot lane is pushing him pretty quickly. If someone for the Radiant shows themselves trying to deep push bottom, Dire will have a pretty good opportunity to try and make a play here. But geez, the net worth lead sure has spiraled as 23k now. These non-Gyro heroes for the Dire are still struggling as much as the Gyro is holding his own. The Bourgeoisie, only a drum blink halberd from this DK. Occasionally lucky, he's going to get speared back into mines by Mugetsu, but he'll pop the BKB just in time to avoid the damage. Mr. Mystic now, with the blink forward, he will get the Dismember onto Mugetsu, and that's going to be off the kill. The Ice Blast is going to come down onto both the Dire cores as Antichrist. He's thrown at the Doom onto the Bourgeoisie, still not the ideal target as this Dragonite is tanking now. The Arena's going to come out from Mugetsu. He's brought back for this. The Mogic, he's going to throw out the Monkey King ultimate, and these Radiant heroes are getting pretty low. The Dire, they're living. They're all standing in this Monkey King ultimate. The Universal Healthcare is going to die. Next is Karaoke Knights. They're all dying to this Monkey King ultimate. Mogic gets away with a triple kill as the entire Dire team runs into the Monkey King ultimate. In fact, Mogic, he looks like he wants one more kill. Okay, he won't go for it, but... oh my god, occasionally lucky. He's practically fountain diving at this point. And, you know, as they open up this top lane, if they want to hit, this tower from this angle, you know, it's only this angle that's being covered by mines. Universal Healthcare, he's going to have to use his second buyback of the game in order to ensure that they don't lose any more lanes of racks, and that's just disheartening. Like nothing else, man. Any progress towards the Monkey King bar has been traded in to ensure that the Radiant don't just completely get out of control with their Rax advantage. But that's not going to stop them from getting out of control with their net worth advantage, so... I think that was a bit of a missed opportunity for a kill there from Karaoke Knights, but we're not all perfect. Havoc Hammer for the Dire, probably going to be going on, I would imagine, the DK or the Mars. I think it gives strength and damage. I'd say it's more valuable than the Mars, but alright, he'll take it. He'll take it. This like costs no mana. Can we talk about the fact that this costs no mana? 275 magic damage plus 1 times your strength. So that's about 350 magic damage for this Mars right now, costing no mana on a 10-second cooldown. Like, that's really good for clearing waves. Looks like Mr. Meeseeks in pursuit of universal healthcare in the triangle here. The Dire, they're cooped up inside their base, and it's up to Radiant to try and crack them. Try and crack this base open as repair kit. The first charge does get used on this tier 3 tower. They want to keep this one alive for now. Get it on cooldown so it'll be off cooldown again by the time the next fight occurs. The Radiant, they're looking like they want to go for this push now. Roshan may respawn in 30 seconds. But even after, but even then, it still could be another 2 to 3 minutes. Meeseeks, Antichrist, they're both smoked up. They're going to go for a high ground observer ward, but it's going to get sentryed out immediately. And they're not going to find the pickoff they're looking for. Universal Healthcare, I do like how he still goes for infused raindrops late in the game sometimes. Pretty clutch. Typically not as valuable as a magic wand though. I feel like usually you can just get a magic wand to get a similar effect, but the raindrops are a cool idea. Antichrist, he's working towards the Satanic. Occasionally Lucky already has one. And Mogic, he's got a full Abyssal now, so as Radiant gets stronger, the Dire can only hope. The Dire can only put their hopes in this gyrocopter. DD rune now on this Clinks. Could this be the opportunity they're looking for? He's got the extra Death Pact effect for this Clinks. We've got an additional Wukong's Command Ring for the Monkey King. That's a particularly scary one. BKB popped now by Antichrist. He wants to... Actually, him and occasionally Lucky are both going to commit their BKBs in order to de-mine the base. And actually, he's going to use the Frenzy from the Ancient Creep, the Ancient Lizard, on his Clinks. That's another cool idea. Karaoke Nights, he's going to try and put some more mines up, but there's only... you're kind of limited by your cooldowns here. They're going to use another repair kit charge, so that's one less... they've only got one more that they're probably going to want to use on the Ancient. Roche respawns in 30 seconds. But actually, Mogic, he's been found by the Dire team, but he's going to pop his BKB before they can get a stun off, and now the Wukong's Command, they're going to use it to take down this Techies. The Bourgeoisie, he's going to pop his ultimate, but he's not going to get much impact out of it as a double Earth Spike now comes out, and the Dude's going to come out to the Mars. The ultimate for the Gyro's going to come out, and they've got this Clinks locked down. He's going to get taken down. The Dude's going to die to the Ice Blast, and the Lions are going to die to the Flak Cannon. The Mars won't even die from the Doom here, as the Radiant have been completely smashed by the Dire lineup. That's a second Ultra Kill for Universal. That's his second Ultra Kill this game, and just like that, it's a massive gold swing for the Dire. That's, what, 7k gold? Universal, that's his entire MKB finished. They're finally going to be able to march down mid. They're going to take the tier 1. They're going to take the tier 2. Can they even take Roche at this point? It's going to be up to the Dire to have the foresight to check the Roche pit, but if they do have that foresight, it could potentially be an uncontested Roche here for the team that was 30k gold behind just a minute ago. They look like they'd rather go high ground here, force a buyback from... First it's going to be Antichrist. Is anyone else going to go for it? Is anyone else going to bite the bullet? Mr. Meeseeks. The second one to go for the buyback. They're going to start backing off. Someone has to check Roche. How many times have I drilled into you, Karaoke Nights, to put your courier in Roche to know when it's respawning? Please. I really want you guys to do Roche. Universal, he's got a full MKB and 3.7k more gold to work with. Radiant, as they go for the scan, they don't think that anyone's in this Roche pit, so if Dire go for it now, this Radiant team is likely not going to contest it. Please check Roche. Oh my god, it would be so good. Oh my god, the gold lead now down to 18k, and presumably it's only going to keep going down here as the effects of that last fight are still playing out. Karaoke Knight, he's reached level 25 and he's got the Mind's move speed talent, going to be looking to take a couple towers. Through backdoor, the Radiant, they find out about Roshan before the Dire does, and the Dire, they're not really in much of a position to stop them from doing it. Karaoke Knights, he had 100 seconds there in order to mine up the Roche pit, make sure the Radiant couldn't get it, even if Roche hadn't respawned. Meeseeks again, Mugetsu again, pinging the Roche pit while they're doing it, but the Dire find themselves incapable of contesting it. And Radiant are getting more and more value out of these Roshans. Doom's going to get level 25, he'll take that Infernal Blade damage talent, and he's got a Refresher Orb now. So Cheese on the Monkey, Refresher on the Doom, and Aegis on this Clinks. But if they don't end the game now, are they going to be capable of ending the game with the next Roshan? It gets less and less likely with every attempt they make. Bourgeoisie now on the Dragon Knight has hit level 25. He's almost got that Ags. And he's got the 1.8 times Dragon Blood HP regen and armor talent. Personally, I like the Dragon Tail one more, but if he wants to be a bit tankier, you know, more the power to him. Mugetsu not quite 25, Gangu a bit far off. Universal, he's got that Divine queued up, so that could be an item that just completely rips this game apart, you know. Tears it wide open for the Dire, leading to a potential explosive finish. But the Radiant, they're 5 heroes, all here. But the mid lane is all lined up. They're going to have to go through top lane or through bottom lane if they want to kill this tower. Mogic, he's going to TP bottom and he's going to show on the minimap. This is an opportunity for the Dire to perhaps get a smoke pick off here, but looks like they're going to be content with pushing the other two lanes out for now.
Heist.
Money changes hands.
Universal Healthcare, he does have the gold for the Rapier. But I think he might want to get I think he might want to save for buyback as well. That's certainly a safer way to go about it, but I mean, if you die and drop the Rapier, the game might just end anyway. Oh, this is the last repair kit charge coming out from the Dire, so they don't want to use it on the Ancient, they just want to keep this tower lively. Oh, a hook from Meeseeks, he's going to catch the Bourgeoisie. But the arena now is going to come from Mugetsu, but he's going to get immediately stunned by Killer Jack. Both Dire heroes now getting extremely low, but the entire Radiant team is now ice blasted. But the Doom comes out on Universal Healthcare, he's not going to be able to get any more spells out. Occasionally lucky now, he's being slowed, the Death Pact is wearing out. Bourgeoisie, he wants to get the kill, he'll get the Dragon Tail, and he will take down the Aegis of Occasionally Lucky. The Monkey King ultimate now comes out from Mogic, and the Dire team, they're repeating earlier mistakes. They're running into the Monkey King ulti, but they're going to take him down. Universal Healthcare, he's going to take down Antichrist with the flat cannon while he's at it, and he looks like he wants to take the Killer Jack as well. He will barely get the blink out at the last second, escaping the spear from Mugetsu, but the Dire team, they're perfectly confident running into a Monkey King ult en masse and just brute forcing it. Just brute forcing it, I tell ya. Universal Healthcare, he does have enough for Divine Rapier. Ooh, actually, Mugetsu dying bottom lane to the Clinks. He doesn't have a buyback, but really what this means to me is that his respawn timer is going to be lower next time he dies. Come on, Universal. Buy the Divine already. Karika Knights, he's used this Mine's move speed talent to get a lot of proximity mines in one space, so if anyone walks into these little forested areas, they could just get blown up immediately. Come on, let's see it. Move your courier towards the secret shop. Captain Bamboozle is the name of his courier. Very cool. No one else has named their couriers. Universal Healthcare, clearly a bit of a meta gamer here. But he's still not moving towards the secret shop. I guess he's going to go pick up the rapier himself. Things are a bit quiet now as both teams are a bit unsure. Occasionally Lucky is actually going to be the one to pick up the Divine Rapier here. And he has plenty of gold remaining. Magic's going to be working towards that Skadi, so oh, the courier, it's gone towards the secret shop. The Divine Rapier on Clinks is exciting, but the Gyro with the Flak Cannon, you know, a much more potent combo. The Divine Rapier is online for both teams now. Universal, I'd say he wants to get that Aghanim's Blessing and go into something like a Satanic as he got queued up, or perhaps a Daedalus, or if he really wants that damage. But I'd say Satanic's going to be more effective. He's got enough damage, right? And occasionally Lucky, he's almost level 30, so he's going to get that Searing Arrows multi-shot, which is going to work similarly to the Flat Cannon in combination with that Divine Rapier. So Roshan is now only a minute 40 minimum away. Meeseeks hits level 25 and he's going to get the Dismember damage / heal talent. Mugetsu's going to take the HP regen talent, so he's going to try and catch both his enemies and his teammates in the Arena of Blood, and it's just the Radiant Dire 5 positions, Gangu and Killer Jack, who are lacking their 25 talents. Occasionally Lucky's hunting now. He wants to find whichever poor sap on the Radiant might be by himself, but
to know Dire's whereabouts.
currently that description doesn't really apply to anyone. Mogic does have buyback. Clinks lacks it. He's gone for his Aghanims instead. And we see both Mugetsu and the Bourgeoisie still have their buybacks on cooldown. We've just hit 56 minutes as an Arcane Rune top. We're only a few minutes away from 60-minute neutral items. We've had a few long games in the league. We've had at least one that's gone over 60 minutes, but we still haven't seen any 60-minute neutral items. Could this be the game? Universal Healthcare, he's got the Aghanim's Blessing, so he's going to replace his Aghanims with some more raindrops. Occasionally Lucky doesn't even know what his Ags does. Occasionally, like he's getting closer and closer to that level 30. Kills reset death pack cooldown. Actually, skeleton walk cooldown might be the second most impactful talent out of all of these, behind Searing Arrow's multi-shot. That cooldown's going to go down to 7 seconds. That's insane. How come he took that over the Searing... How come he took Searing Arrow's damage over a 10-second Skeleton Walk? That talent is insane value. That's over 50%. Antichrist, he's finished his Satanic and he's looking towards a heart now. Just wants to keep tanking up. If I were him, I'd buy an Assault Cuirass for my team. Try and give some armor. Mitigate the damage from the Divine Rapier Gyrocopter. Even if it is only by a little bit. We're now just... Karaoke Knights has picked up a Sheepstick and we're now just 2 minutes away from 60-minute neutral items. Hopefully Gyro can get something that he can use to replace this Illusionist's Cape. If I were him, I'd be holding that Flicker for mid-fight. Or perhaps even the Shaco. If I were him, I'd probably want... Deso 2 is good. Obviously Trident is good if you can afford it. Pirate Hat's good. Apex is fine. The Spell Shield can be very good to de-incentivize things like the Doom from casting his ultimate on you. Woodland Striders make you very tanky. And Ballista gives attack range, so that's pretty handy. Occasionally lucky, he's hit level 30 on the Clinks. He's got the multi-shot, he's got the Skeleton Wall cooldown. This Clinks is pimped out. 1 minute from 60-minute neutral items. Ethereal Blade for Mr. Meeseeks is the latest pickup. Aghanim Scepter for Killer Jack on the Lion. Karaoke Knights trying to bait some people with taunting in the all chat. The Dire are out of repair kit charges. And Roshan has respawned. This is an Ags Refresher Aegis Cheese Roshan. This Roshan is kitted out. And oh, they've done it! They've put the courier on the Roche Pit. Antichrist, my hero. Someone's finally taken my lessons to heart. And Radiants are aware it's up, but Dire are not. It's going to take an Ice Blast from... it's going to have to be an Ice Blast from Gangu in order to show that it's up. Dire, they'll use their scan, but they won't find it. And the 60-minute neutral items finally start coming out. It's a Stygian Desolator for the Radiants. That's going to be good on the Clinks. Mirror Shield as well. Seer Stone on this Lion. Already the Radiant getting some great items here. Bourgeoisie, he's been jumped by Mogic, but that's not going to result in a kill. Occasionally Lucky is just going to keep hitting Roche. Someone has to come and they have to take the rest of these items from him. He's going to take the Aegis, but there's still Ags Cheese Refresher here that some other people have to come claim. I guess Antichrist will probably be the one to take the Ags here. He'll get the break and the extra stun duration on his Infernal Blade, and he'll probably take the Refresher too while he's at it. Unless Killer Jack wants it on the Lion. As for the Dire, we still don't see any neutral items coming out from them. Someone needs to get into the jungle. The final item for Radiant is a Book of the Dead, so that's another useful pushing one. This Clinks, man. Stygian Desolator, Divine Rapier. Hitting harder than any Clinks you've seen before. Killerjack, he's going to get the Tome of Knowledge. He's trying to get that 25. Same story with Gangu 69 on the AA. Hook whiffs. Occasionally Lucky, he's going to get speared. He's going to pop the BKB. The Gyro ult is going to come out, and Mugetsu is going to get taken down by the Pudge. Occasionally Lucky, he's still got Aegis. He's popped a Satanic. Karaoke is going to deny himself and immediately buy back. Now Bourgeoisie, he's Spirit Vesseled, he's in the Monkey King ultimate, he's going to have to try and get out. We get to he'll blink in and cast the arena. Where is Universal? He's still in base trying to recover from getting doomed. Dire are now down a hero as they try to make this last defense. The Divine Rapier from Universal is doing so much damage. Are they going to be able to finish off Antichrist? They're going to take down the Aegis from occasionally lucky. He's going to respawn here, but he's been gone on by so many heroes. The Divine Rapier is going to drop from Universal Healthcare. Bourgeoisie's going to fall. It's Karaoke Nights and Universal Healthcare versus the world. As the Divine Rapier, it's going to get picked up by Mogic. And things are looking bleak now for the Dire as the blink foot from Mr. Meeseeks. He'll use the Dismember to finish off the Gyro, and with that, a 62-minute slugfest comes to an end as the first game of the Grand Finals results in a win for the Radiant, getting themselves one step closer to participating in that double bracket elimination 1v1. We're gonna get our next lobby up here. We're going to use this opportunity to take a short break as we allow the players to get back into the lobby. A long-winded Game 1 finally ends. We'll be right back with the Community Dota League Week 10 Finals. All right. We're back here for Game 2. It's going to be another game of Captain's Mode. Same teams. Oh man. That first game was definitely something of a marathon. But Game 2... hopefully we'll see the techies banned out. Hopefully we can get something a bit quicker. Because, God. We did get to see some 60-minute neutral items, but only from the Radiant. I wish we got to see some for the Dire too, but we did get to see a couple Rapiers. We got to see one on the Clinks, one on the Gyrocopter. But unfortunately it wasn't enough. The Dire base still eventually fell to the Radiant onslaught. Clinks with that Stygian Desolator, hitting level 30, just going nuts with that Searing Arrows multi-shot. That level 15 talent on Clinks, minus 10 seconds on Skeleton Walk cooldown? That's absurd. Who came up with that? Imagine being the guy, imagine being occasionally lucky, and you're in game, and you're about to pick your level 15 talent. It's like, okay, do I want a, like, what, 70% cool, 60, 70% cooldown reduction on, like, one of my most important spells? Or do I want 25 damage? Ooh, 25 damage that costs mana to use. What a joke. What an awful choice of talent. But what do I know? I'm just the caster, right? I'm just the guy who's casting the games. We're just waiting for Killer Jack to get into the lobby here, and we're gonna get into game 2 with that first match. It's gonna be Mr. Meeseeks making it up to 15 total points, and occasionally lucky with 12. So Meeseeks in first place, very likely to make it into top 4, but occasionally lucky, definitely helping his chances of that win there. That's for sure. Hopefully after we see some of the heroes like Techie's banned out in Game 2, we can see some of the heroes that we had taken from us in Game 1. You know, the Anti-Mage, the Spectre, some of these other fun heroes that I'd certainly like to see. Why the hell not? Just don't play another Techie's game, please, guys. No Techies, no Arc Warden. Don't make me cast another 60-minute shit show of fucking walking into uphill mines like a bunch of fools. Just give me something nice. Don't give me something quick. Give me like a 40-minute, you know, close game. So give me something nice. Give us something nice to go out on. I guess that was already pretty good to go out on, so I'll be happy with another nice even game here. As we've got 10 players ready to go, let's jump into it. Game 2 of the Dota 2 Community League Week 10 Finals is underway. Our second game of Captain's Mode. These teams are the same as they were last game. These players are going to have to work together in order to secure themselves spots in the top 4. The Dire immediately go for a Techie's ban. They say, we are not putting up with that again. The Radiant taking a little bit more time to think about this. As they're actually dipping into their reserve time a little bit here.
It is Dire's ban.
Arc Warden ban, good, good. Pudge, Mr. Meeseeks' Pudge certainly ran a bit of havoc in that last game, so perhaps we'll see that get banned out next.
Remain. 5 seconds remain.
The Dire now taking their time to choose a second ban, so they got into this game and they knew they were going to ban Techies, but they didn't know what they were going to ban next.
Radiant's turn to ban.
They go for the Anti-Mage. Okay, so we're not going to get to see a Universal Healthcare Anti-Mage. Fair enough. Fair enough. They had to settle for that Gyrocopter last game. Are both teams going to keep targeting each other's carry players with these bans again, or are we going to see a bit more even spread between roles?
5 seconds.
The Radiant now are working on their second ban, dipping a bit further into their reserve time. And it's going to be Clinks. And now Dire, they immediately know what they want to play. It's Pudge. They scoop it up. They say, "Hi, you banned Clinks. You think we're going to first phase Clinks?" As the Radiant go for the Earthshaker, the Dire immediately now go for that Dark Willow. Maybe we're going to see another Mars come out here, as that's a hero that pairs particularly well with the Dark Willow, but might not synergize too well with that Pudge as Radiant. They want to go for their second pick. This Earthshaker, it could be a 3 or a 4. So they've got a bit of flexibility in that sense. This Dark Willow pick makes me want to think that the Pudge is a free position, but knowing these players, they're more than willing to put Dark Willow in the 5 position because they're greedy. The Radiant, they're really getting into their reserve time here. They'll settle for an Ogre Magi. So a couple pretty beefy supports, a couple beefy melee support heroes. Drow Ranger for the Dire. They don't want to deal with a bloodlusted Drow, fair enough. Ogre with that Bloodlust, a stun, is a nice frontliner. He does enable a more fragile ranged hero like that Drow Ranger to get her damage out.
5 seconds remain. It is Radiant's ban.
Ricky, PA are the next 2 bans for either team, for both teams. Ricky's an interesting one. They must have a particular hero in mind if they don't want Dire picking Ricky. And now Bloodseeker. Perhaps something like a Weaver they're looking to play. Yeah, those heroes are pretty good against Weaver. That's the main thing I can think of. Maybe Slark?
Ten seconds. 5 seconds remain.
We've got 2 more bans here, 1 for each team until we get into that second picking phase. Both teams getting pretty deep into their reserve time here. Not totally sure what they want to do. A Slark ban for the Dire, so they agree. Ricky and Bloodseeker, pretty sus. They'll ban out the Slark. In Radiant, they go for an OD ban, so they'll go for the Faceless Void. Okay, yeah, okay. Bloodseeker and Ricky are both pretty good against Faceless Void. I probably should have thought of that. Faceless Void, that's one of those heroes that was banned out last game, and we're seeing it now in game 2.
10 seconds.
Another hero that benefits greatly from the Bloodlust. More attack speed means more bashes. Means more Dire heroes in the grave. As the Dire now, they've banned out They've banned out a couple of the really good answers against Faceless Void, those being the Drow and the PA, so perhaps scrambling a bit now for an answer as they go for the Centaur Wall Runner. So it's going to be a Centaur Pudge dual lane into this Void Ogre. Just a bunch of beefy boys smacking each other in the Radiant safe lane.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain.
And at this point, we can even see something like an Undying, honestly.
Dire's turn to pick.
Haha! Yes, that's why I'm here casting, bitch. I saw it coming from a mile away. The Undying comes out, and that's a hero that the Dire's lineup is not really equipped to deal with.
Seconds.
It's going to make life pretty miserable for this Pudge and this Centaur, and the Dark Willow really doesn't have a way to hit the Tombstone until she gets an Axe.
Dire's turn to ban.
So a Medusa from the Dire, this is going to be their late game insurance policy hero. Hopefully, something that doesn't die in the chrono. Hopefully. But Undying, this hero plays at a pretty fast tempo. There is a chance that the Radiant accrue a big enough early advantage to see this Medusa, not be able to reach that tanky limit she likes to hit. And as I look at this Radiant lineup more, I feel like this Ogre is going to be a free position. I feel like it's a 4 ES and a 3 Ogre, so something like a Phase Boots Midas or Phase Boots Glimmer, position 3 Ogre. Just going to be as bulky of a boy as possible. The Dire ban out Void Spirit and Invoker, and the Radiant ban Razor. So both teams trying to secure themselves a good mid lane. It's Radiant who have the last pick, and they're banning Razor. So that makes me think they want to pick a melee hero.
10 seconds remain.
Probably something that's going to want to be able to dish some damage into the chrono, as the Radiant, their damage is a bit low. The Radiant final ban's coming up. They're going to dip into their reserve time again. Going to give it a good hard think. Thank God, I bet Faceless Void is really glad he doesn't have a nose right now. Standing right next to Undying, thank God, I bet he's thinking that I cannot smell this guy next to me. And Troll Warlord is the ban from Radiant. So their read is that Dire are looking for a safe lane, but chances are this last hero from Dire is going to be something that plays a bit faster than the Troll Warlord. Maybe something like an Ursa. That's going to be able to make space for this Medusa and still scale into the late game.
5 seconds remain.
We're not too far off seeing what this Dire last pick is, as they are getting into their final 70 seconds of reserve time. I like the Ursa. I like something a bit more active. I don't like Elder Titan. Troll Warlord would have been good at hitting the Tombstone, that's for sure. So perhaps that was their read on that. I was going to say Ricky, but it's banned. That's another hero that plays at a pretty fast tempo. But that's banned, so what else is there for Dire? While Ember Spirit plays at the tempo you're looking for, it scales in the way you're looking for, it doesn't really hit Tombstone, so perhaps they're going to be relying on this Medusa to be hitting the Tombstone, and they can pick something like an Ember Spirit for the safe lane, as they're going to send the Medusa middle, and they're going to send the Medusa to the safe lane, and they're going to send the Lina middle. Interesting. So Radiant, they've got the opportunity to counter-pick this Lina with whatever they want here. The classic matchup is Templar Assassin.
5 seconds.
And that also plays at a fast tempo, so that's another hero with the potential to just run over the Dire lineup. So a TA would be okay. A Storm Spirit could be okay. Ember Spirit. What I like about the TA is that when she gets that Deso, she does provide building damage. So that's probably the hero I'm most thinking about right now, is Templar Assassin. That's what's sitting in the front of my head, but maybe there's something better. The Radiant are going to show us what they think is their ace here, as they're going for a Venomancer. Now this is a bit unorthodox here. Karaoke Knights is going to snap up the Faceless Void. He wants it for himself. It'll be Lucky on the Medusa and Universal Healthcare on the Venomancer. So, is it a mid Venomancer? Or is Karaoke Knights taking this Void middle? Does he think he can beat this Mogic Lina mid? we're going to see part 2 of Mr. Meeseek's Pudge performance tonight. God, how come the game's not starting? This is taking forever. The Bourgeoisie. This man has played a lot of Ogre in his lifetime. He's got that second Arcana style. He wants to show his stuff off here. He wants to show off his Ogre skills.
Just as I envisaged.
Some nice animations coming out from the boys here. Ooh, that's a good one. Little dance. Very cool. Ooh. Not as impressive of a showing from the Dire. So I gotta give Radiant the advantage on their opening little cinematic there. Let's get into it. It's going to be Universal Healthcare on the Venomancer, starting with an Orb of Venom. The Bourgeoisie on the Ogre Magi, starting with a Quelling Blade, so it is looking like it's going to be a... Oh, it's going to be a mid-Ogre, wow! It's Gangu 69 on the Undying, Mugetsu on the... Who knows what position Earthshaker. He's going to be dual laning with this Undying, I believe, and it's Karaoke Knights cramping my style with his Faceless Void here. For the Dire, we've got Killer Jack 007 on the Dark Willow, occasionally lucky on the safe lane Medusa, Antichrist on the Centaur Warrunner, Mr. Meeseeks, the Pudge Extraordinaire here, with his Persona equipped, and Mogic playing the mid laner. As we get into it, it looks like it's going to be a 2-2 split starting out for the Bounties. I don't think Karaoke Knights wants to contest here, and I'm not convinced the Dire want to contest here either. Universal Healthcare, he's saving his skill point. Rigetsu's going to throw out the Fisher, and he's hoping that's going to be enough to stop them from taking the bounty room, but the hook's going to land, and Antichrist is going to get the hoof stop follow-up. Universal Healthcare, he's going to have to skill the Gale in order to save his teammate, and that's going to make his level 1 a bit weaker, popping the Clarity prematurely as well. So a bit of a waste there, but that's alright. I'm looking forward to seeing how this mid lane goes. Bourgeoisie showing us something a bit unique here. Both players will secure their range creeps.
Middle tower is under attack.
Bourgeoisie, he does get the XP from that creep, so he doesn't run too far away. Ooh, occasionally lucky, yeah, he's actually taken the Medusa bot lane to go against Karaoke Knights. He doesn't want to lane against the Venomancer. Not sure how I feel about that, since this bot lane is definitely far stronger than the top lane for the Radiant. This Undying hero is going to be able to put a lot of pressure on this Medusa, who is still only level 1. So she's taking a lot of damage. She's going to be forced to salve up. Gangu's going to want to look to cancel that with his decay here. And occasionally lucky, he's missing the snakes. He's not getting onto hero, so he's not seeing a return of investment on his mana. Oh, Bourgeoisie, nice range Kryptonite. God, Gangu has 20 stolen strength. Walking into a bramble though, not ideal. Karaoke Knights, he's using the courier, he is getting some more regen delivered, nicely done. The Bourgeoisie, very low on mana. Actually, it's going to be Mugetsu top lane who claims first blood onto Antichrist, and Mugetsu is going to get the return kill onto Universal, so it'll be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Dire in the top lane. And Meeseeks is actually going to willingly give up this range creep, or it won't die just yet, so...
Radiant's top tower is in danger.
Yeah, the Bourgeoisie mid lane, awfully low on mana here.
Yep.
A Another nice range creep deny. Bottom lane, Dark Willow, he's going to be on Karaoke Knights, but Gungu69 to the right is going to take down Occasionally Lucky, and it's going to be a 2 for 0 in Radiant's favour now. Bot lane. Not an ideal start for this Medusa.
Dire should look to their bottom tower.
This Orb of Venom is so bad. I wish I could have been there in the Discord to tell him no. Please do not buy Orb of Venom. Just because your hero's name is Venomancer does not mean you need to buy Orb of Venom. Hoof Stomp, top lane. Mugetsu. Looks like he'll make it out alright. Universal, he doesn't have another Gale for 10 seconds and he's being slowed down by the rot here. Antichrist, he's got another hook stop up in 2 seconds. And with the hook, that'll be enough to get the pick off. Mugetsu will get the kill on Mr. Mystic's courier in return, but it won't be enough to bring Universal Healthcare back from the dead. Karaoke Knights salved up, full health, looking to put a bit more pressure on this Medusa. Though he is falling behind in XP quite a bit, I must say. And every time you stack this camp, you're giving more targets for Medusa to get mana off, so that's not ideal either. God, taking a lot of damage right now, Karaoke Knights. He's not going to be able to time walk very much of it off either, so... And this level 1 Tombstone, a pretty notoriously bad level 1 ability. In fact, Gunku69, as he tries to trade, he's just going to die. How did these players get a 2 for 0 earlier? It feels like I've been watching different players this last 30 seconds. Mid lane, Mogic, he tries to dive the Bourgeoisie, but he's not going to get a kill for it.
Missing top.
Universal Healthcare Mugetsu want everyone to know that Pudge is missing. They're not going to take any chances with Mr. Meeseeks rotating to other lanes. Universal Healthcare, he's got the Gale onto Antichrist, and the Pudge is rotating to the mid lane with the Fisher. Is this going to be enough to get the kill on Antichrist as they keep slowing him down? He'll land at the Aftershock on Mugetsu. He's still slowed down. Is he going to tick down? He will. Mugetsu will get the last little punch needed to finish off Antichrist. Great job to these red heroes, taking advantage of the fact that he's been left alone. Karaoke Knight's barely surviving bottom lane. Now Occasionally Lucky is out of mana, and he's not getting anything delivered on the courier. He will get salved up, but he's completely out of mana. He's definitely in a vulnerable position right now. Gungu69 with the 2 levels in Soul Rip. Definitely more educated on proper skill builds than other Undyings we've seen in the league so far. Occasionally Lucky is going to get Clarity back up, but... Ooh, actually Mugetsu gets a 4-minute Arcane Boots, that's nice. Bot lane, Karaoke Knights, he's going to time walk off the damage by going for an aggressive walk forward. The Decay is going to be able to bring Occasionally Lucky back down to 0 mana, and he's getting bashed up. Both these heroes dropping low. Mugetsu with the Fisher, hitting Killer Jack with just the tip. And another 2 for 0 for the Radiant is going to bring this lane so far in their favour. Mid lane, the Bourgeoisie is actually going to get a solo kill onto Mogic, and he is so far ahead in XP now. Getting closer and closer to that Midas as well. It is Antichrist in the top lane who's at the top of the XP charts, but as we see Mr. Meeseeks go for more rotations, perhaps Universal Healthcare is going to be able to get a bit further ahead, as hopefully he starts mixing Plague Ward soon. The Bourgeoisie, he's got to try and avoid this hook from Mr. Meeseeks. Nice multicast stun here is going to use up a raindrop from Logic, and the Fisher will lock him down a bit longer, but the Laguna Blade from Mogic, underestimated by the Bourgeoisie, will lead to his death. Pudge now's rotated bottom. And they're aware that the Earthshaker is not here. The hook will whiff, but perhaps they want to keep going as Karaoke Knight sees used time dilation. Migetsu will TP down. This is a level 5 Earthshaker. He is massive right now. Antichrist, he's going to have to pop the Stampede top in order to get away from Universal Healthcare, which means bottom lane, this Fission's going to block him off perfectly. Gangu69, he's going to keep building up decay stacks. And these Dire Heroes, they're looking like they're in a bit of trouble here. Another hook will whiff from Mr. Meeseeks, who's exceedingly low now. He'll be slowed up by the time dilation in Gangu. He'll pop the Soul Rip onto Occasionally Lucky. A Fisher now is going to look him down for a bit longer, but he will end up on the wrong side of that. So they're going to have to keep looking in the trees for Mr. Meeseeks here. He's going to go for the TP away, and they're not going to find him. So the Dire are actually going to get away with that scot-free, it seems.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mogic now making the rotation bottom, but these other Dire heroes are not really in a position to fight. As Killer Jack's out of mana, and Occasionally Lucky is pretty low on health. In fact, Karaoke Knights getting close to level 6. They really need to give this man the space to find his ultimate. Mogic's going to TP back to the mid lane, where he's immediately faced with a double multicast from the Bourgeoisie. And Antichrist, he's got a lot of health regen, but he doesn't feel great sitting in this lane right now. We saw he had to pop his ulti earlier just to get away from Universal Healthcare. Both heroes mid-trading until they're both very low. God, it feels like everyone on the map is so low right now. Occasionally Lucky's going to have to run back to base, and Mr. Meeseeks is certainly playing with fire. Space for Karaoke Knights in order to find to level 6. They're going to give him solo XP for this next wave. He's only a couple more creeps off getting Chronosphere active. Antichrist still only at half health. Universal Healthcare wants to put some pressure on this tower here as Bounty Runes are spawning. Gangu69 actually gets hooked bottom lane, so Mr. Meeseeks, patience paying off a bit there. 10 minutes hits and we're going to see supports all across the map reach level 6. So there's now an Echo Slam online for Radiant. Chronosphere, we see not much else actually. Universal Healthcare is working towards a Spirit Vessel. Occasionally Lucky wants to farm the mid lane. Bourgeoisie is going to finish up his Midas here, and this is a level 9 Ogre. He's a pretty large boy. He's going to stun up this Medusa and make sure he doesn't feel comfortable in this lane. And he's going to get a multicast on his first Midas, but he will get hooked back by Mr. Meeseeks. It won't result in a kill, however. As Bourgeoisie here, he gets the first multicast on his first Midas, so already seeing some pretty extreme value there. Karaoke Knights, he's got his Morbid Mask. He's working towards a Mask of Madness now. Really wants to find a Chrono kill with that. Antichrist trying to get as much as he can out of this lane without having to completely forfeit it. Looks like a hook onto Bourgeoisie is going to result in a kill. And this is a lot of space for this Medusa. She's taking a lot of damage though. Is she going to die to this Ignite? That's the power of the mid Ogre there, it seems. As this Medusa is still level 6, it looks like she can't really find much space anywhere. Mugetsu now is going to be the one hooked in by Mr. Meeseeks, but that Aftershock is going to give him exactly what he needs. Karaoke Knights is now going to land the Chrono onto 2. Killer Jack lacking a follow-up completely. Gangu69 will place the Tombstone onto the high ground, and Mogic's going to be completely sewed up here. An easy 2 for nil for the Radiant team. As Killer Jack sitting around on 0 mana doesn't provide his team the ability to follow up there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's occasionally Lucky who's again TP'd into this mid lane, but he's already getting really low on mana just from a couple spells from the Bourgeoisie. In fact, Migetsu's going to roam towards the mid lane again, and occasionally Lucky's actually completely out of mana now. He sees the heroes approaching, but is he going to be able to actually get away? The fish is going to come out, and it's going to set up for the multicast Fire Blast from the Bourgeoisie. It feels like he just gets a multicast every time. Magic's going to try and use LSA to save his carry, but it won't be enough.
Look to their top
And
tower.
Universal Healthcare on the top lane is getting a lot of tower damage on this tier 1 now. Stampede's going to come out, and he's going to use it to help Magic escape
Dire's top tower
from
is
this
under attack.
Earthshaker Ogre combo. Killer Jack now commits the Bedlam a bit prematurely. Mr. Meeseeks hooks on cooldown.
Look to their top tower.
And Universal Healthcare, he's actually going to pop the poison Nova onto Antichrist here. He's going to Gale in order to get out of range for the double edge, but he's going to keep poking him here to keep reapplying poison touch, and it's going to be enough. He does a little spin in place in order to assert dominance, and the Radiant, they're looking good here. This Radiant Tower is, this Dire Tower is going to force enough. The Bourgeoisie, though he does get dismembered, that's a pretty high value kill for the Dire, so not out of it yet.
Dire's top tower
Top tier
is
1 does fall, and Karaoke Knights is finishing up his, looks like his Power Tread. So he's got Power Treads and Musk of Madness, and there's going to be another Chrono in 30 seconds. So I'd like to see Bourgeoisie TP to the same lane, whichever lane Karaoke Knights is in order to help make use of that Chronosphere. New tries for both teams. Dire have found all of theirs. Radiant still have one left. All the Radiant cores have eclipsed the Dire ones, not by too much, but still a significant statistic, especially when you consider the Antichrist. He's actually on top of last hits, but he's actually pretty low in net worth. Karaoke Knights now, he's going to be dismembered most of the E6, but they don't have enough follow-up to actually pick him off. He's going to get stunned by the Curse Craters, gets hooked back in actually, but the Chrono, he's going to have to use it just in order to escape with his life. Mr. Me6, he will die to Gangu 69 and Universal Healthcare, who TP in response, but it doesn't feel great using Chrono like that. Still though, Karaoke Knights is going to make it out with his life, and he's going to farm the jungle pretty quickly with this Mask of Madness, so... well, it doesn't feel great using the Chrono like that. It actually doesn't feel too bad really at all. It doesn't feel good, but it doesn't feel bad, I'd say. Bandits runes are about to spawn now as we reach the 15-minute mark. Antichrist is actually getting this tower completely uncontested in the mid lane. Radiant slipping a little bit there.
tower is removed.
Bandits runes looking like they're going to end up as a 2-2 split for either team. Karaoke Knight's getting closer to his next item, whatever it may be, most likely something in the vein of an MKB. Universal Healthcare, he's finished with the Spirit Vessel, and he looks like he wants to go for a 4-staff next. The Dire, they got 4 heroes in this bottom lane, trying to pressure this Radiant tier 1, but Universal Healthcare with the maxed Plague Wards is making it really difficult. Karaoke Knight is going to put a bit of pressure on occasionally, like in the mid lane. Mr. Me6 will get the hook onto Bourgeoisie with the Dismember, but he's going to make it out with his life. The Soul Rip from Gangu will be enough to actually keep him alive there. And another Poison Nova comes out from Universal Healthcare. It's going to land onto 3 heroes. They're going to try and bring him down with a Bedlam, but it's not going to quite be enough. He's going to barely survive thanks to the Echo Slam lockdown from Mugetsu. Mr. Me6 will eventually die to the Poison Nova. And Radiant, they keep coming out on top here. I would start getting worried if I was the Dire. What we saw before was definitely a surmountable lead, but every time we see an engagement like that, it's going to feel worse and worse for the Dire, who don't have the best high ground defense, and they certainly don't have the best team fight abilities either. There's not like one big team fight ultimate they can rely on to carry them through these fights. Karaoke Knights, he wants to go for a Diffusal, he wants to counter up this Medusa Mana Shield. And the net worth looks like it's getting more and more out of hand with each passing minute. A Gale now comes down onto Antichrist, and he's not going to have a Stampede in order to escape this. The Hood of Defiance is not going to be enough to save him from this one. Mugetsu, meanwhile, dying to Mr. Meeseeks, but that's a trade you'll take any day. Karaoke Knights now stunned up by Magic. He will get the time look away, and Chrono's up in another 5 seconds. These 2 heroes are pretty squishy. Maybe we'll see an engagement top soon. Actually, the Bourgeoisie bottom will get taken down by Mr. Meeseeks. Looking like he's the last, he's the one who's making all the plays for the Dire right now, as the Bourgeoisie is a valuable kill. Universal Healthcare, he wants to take advantage of the fact that occasionally Lucky doesn't have his ulti, Occasionally Lucky is going to have to TP to base after that, and Universal Healthcare is going to have free roam of this bottom lane. He's going to use it to put some pressure on this tower. They're going to TP an Antichrist on the Centaur, but we saw what happened last time when he got a bit too far forward against this Venomancer. Especially with the Fisher now. Ooh, he ends up on the wrong side of it. Are they going to be able to really deal a significant amount of damage from him on him from here? Doesn't look like it. Gary Knights, he was farming the Ancients and he's going to TP bottom now. They've got Chrono. Dire want to take an engagement too, as they'll use the Stampede. Muggetsu will get hooked back in Universal. He gets saved by the Soul Rip from Gungu 69 on a sliver of HP. Kerry Knight now, the Chrono comes out. And on the back line, it's just a massacre by the Bourgeoisie on the Radiant Heroes. Universal Healthcare will eventually die, but it's going to be a 4-2 in favour of the Radiant. And the only thing that the Dire can take solace in is the fact that their Medusa is farming while all this happens. It's a shame that the two Radiant cores had to die for that, but they are going to get a tower out of that, and their worth will be in their favour. Bourgeoisie is getting close to that Rod of Atos now. Looks like he wants to lock some people down. He's going to Bloodlust this wave, so this wave's going to keep pushing. Someone's going to have to come push it back out. Looks like they actually want to go for a kill into the Bourgeoisie here, as he's certainly overstayed his welcome. He's going to get hit with a Cursed Crown from Gungu 69, and there's a whole 4 heroes TPing into this lane in order to take him down. Overstaying his welcome in the bottom lane, without a doubt, the Bourgeoisie. Mugetsu now, for the next fight, he is going to have a Blink Dagger, and the Echo Flame is off cooldown, so that's certainly a significant power spike for the Radiant here. Karaka Knights, for the next fight, he's also going to have his Diffusal Blade up. That's going to be pretty impactful against the Medusa, who, God, I'm looking at her losing so much mana. It's because she's been galed by Universal Healthcare, who has just free roam of this jungle. As far as I'm concerned, no one can really contest him as long as he's getting Plague Wards up in there. We're going to start seeing some more tier 2 neutral items coming for either team, as Universal Healthcare will pick up the Essence Ring. There's also a Nevershore and a Dragon Scale for the Radiant. As Dire, they got a Imp Claw, Philosopher's Stone, Nevershore, and Dragon Scale. 20 minutes hits, and it's looking like it's going to be a 2-2 split on the bounty runes, but there is an invisibility rune here for... Looks like the Dire will be the ones to claim it. The Radiant, they're certainly not playing the lanes as much as I believe they should be right now. They're certainly a bit too happy with the current state of the game. I'd like to see them push their advantage a bit more, as they do have a Blink Echo. Even if they don't have Chrono, they can still go for a small skirmish here now, as they will position themselves in a way that will create pressure on this Dire mid tier 1. Universal's going to force stuff out of the brambles, and that'll be the end of that. Mr. Meeseeks, he'll throw out a hook, but it'll hit a creep. He'll blink out. Chrono now is up for Karaoke Nights, and he wants to let his presence be known. There's a whole 10 heroes now who want to fight in the mid lane, but Radiant, they're going to take down the mid tier 1. Stampede now comes out, but it's not going to help Mogic, who's stuck inside the Chronosphere. Antichrist, he wants to go for a stun, but his Tranquils are broken and the Diffusal active is on him. He's going to get... Ooh, Mr. Meeseeks is going to hook the Bourgeoisie, but it will result in the death of his friend, and he's not even going to get the kill onto Bourgeoisie here, who will eventually die to the Medusa. Stone Gaze now comes out. He'll hit Gungu with it, but Karaoke Knights still feeling pretty confident. It's a 4-for-1 currently in favour of the Radiant. Mugetsu, he's blinking forward. He still wants to find occasionally Lucky. Radiant will make do with what they've got. And they've just taken the tier 1, looking like they want to take this tier 2 mid now, as they're certainly capable of slow sieging it with the Plague Wards here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's a DD rune top, but they don't see it. They're going to force out a glyph, so that's pretty valuable in itself, forcing out a glyph like that. Radiant, they've got no ultimates, so but neither do Dire, so they don't have to be too careful here. Occasionally Lucky, he wants to defend this tower, but he's going to get galed immediately. Mugetsu, he's going to throw the Fisher, and he's going to leave Occasionally Lucky stuck between a rock and a hard place. They will get a return kill onto Universal Healthcare, and perhaps the Radiant getting a bit too cocky here as Knights, he'll die to the hook now. So will Gangu to the Brambles, and yeah, definitely getting overconfident here. The Radiant Heroes
Tower is under attack.
playing without vision and without their ogre, so not communicating properly what they want to accomplish and how.
Radiant's top tower has been denied.
Mystics is going to hook this DD into a safe position for occasionally Lucky. Looks like they want to go for a pick off onto the Bourgeoisie here, who's up top by himself, but he will back off. He has a completed ATOS, but that item really doesn't have that much impact against this lineup. Much rather he just went for something like a pipe.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiance, as they respawn, they've got to figure out how they're going to take control of this game. All the lanes are pushed in favor of the Dire right now, and we're still lacking ultimates for 10 more seconds. Looks like there's going to be a bit of a go onto the Dark Willow mid, never mind. Knight's getting this bottom lane pushed out. He does have Chrono. Looks like Antichrist. He's got his Blink Dagger finished up. He wants to go for a pick off, but he'll show in the lane. And now the Radiant know that there is a Blink Dagger for the Dire. Knight's working towards a Manta next. He wants to go for the full Manta Diffusal build.
Illusion.
Medusa's not like Wraith King, where eventually the mana burn becomes irrelevant. Mr. Me6, he'll get a pick onto Universal Healthcare, and it feels like things are beginning to slip away from the Radiant here. Occasionally Lucky, despite his disaster of an early game, has caught up to Karaoke Knights on net worth. Although the Chrono does now come out, he's going to start laying into him with the Diffusal Blade. Occasionally Lucky now completely out of mana. Going to start getting pretty lot. The Stampede now comes out though. And a preemptive ATOS from the Bourgeoisie is going to mean it's going to be pretty difficult for them to take down the Medusa. And while they eventually do, so many Radiant heroes now falling in exchange that there's no way this feels good if you are the Radiant.
Double kill.
Bourgeoisie will eventually tick down Me6 with the Ignite, but still not a favorable trade. Killer Jack picks up a Blink Dagger for his Dark Willow now. Interesting decision for Universal Healthcare here to go towards a Silver Edge.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think I'd rather see him go back for the Glimmer Cape, something cheaper, but I think it'll have more impact. Right, he'll pick up the Silver Edge recipe there actually. Or will he? No, he's only queued up the Shadow Blade, that's all. He's got to setting up Plague Wards in the mid lane. Jesus. Nice deny. Radiance, I mean, one more fight from the Radiant could lead to a lot of map control.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
You know, we could see this net worth lead shift way back further in their favour as Karaoke Knights, he's going to jump onto occasionally Lucky now here. He doesn't have a Chrono, but he does have that Diffusal Blade, and the hook from Me6 will whiff, so they do force out the Stampede. So now with these ultis coming back online from Radiant within the next 40 seconds, if they go for a fight, the Dire are going to be without Stampede. So perhaps this is their chance. Logic now picks up his Shadow Blade. Someone's picking out Roshan. It's Me6 here as the Dire want to make sure Radiant don't take it for themselves. Chrono now back up for the Radiant. Craggy Coat coming out for the Bourgeoisie, so he's going to be extra tanky with that. Carrick Knights has moved into the Roche Pit, but he doesn't have a Vladimir's offering on his team, so he's not life-stealing totally the most effectively here. And Universal Healthcare dying again to Mr. Meeseeks. Feels like this Pudge is really the deciding factor in this game, the one that's kind of really set the tempo.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Smoke now from Radiant. They want to try and find a fight while Universal Healthcare is still dead. The Dire will not expect it. They're going to use up the Bourgeoisie, but they're not expecting this Chronosphere from Knights onto Mogic. He's going to easily take down this Lina during the Chrono. Dismember now from Mr. Meeseeks is going to get cancelled. Echo Slam cut now from Mugetsu. It's going to land onto 2 heroes. He's going to die in exchange. And the Bourgeoisie and Gangu now, they're going to try and escape. They're forced out another Stampede and another Stone Gaze. So that was pretty good for the Radiant, a 1500 gold swing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're going to need a bit more. Universally, he wants to find Antichrist. He's not going to get it. Bourgeoisie, he's found Antichrist, but he does go for the blink away. Carrick Knights is going to get the Diffusal charge onto him now, and he's completely out of mana. It looks like they're going to be able to find this kill pretty easily. The Time Walk, the Time Dilation is a bit ineffective as it only affects the Stampede here. But Carrick Knights, he's just going to slowly bring down Antichrist. Another Diffusal Blade active. Yule's up now by Mogic. Carrick Knights, he will get hit by the LSA and the Laguna Blade, but he doesn't actually take that much damage, but our Bourgeoisie definitely standing too far forward. Carrick Knights is actually now going to get hooked by Mr. Meeseeks, and he's not going to be able to get out of it. The Radiant dropping like flies now. As Carrick Knights runs a bit too far forward, and his team is not able to follow up as, oh no, Universal Healthcare. Yule's up by Mogic, you hate to see it. The Radiant have really fucked up. This Medusa now pretty massive, getting closer to that butterfly. If he was smart, he would have disassembled his Mask of Madness. But it's occasionally lucky we're talking about, so we'll have to cut him some slack. Meeseeks wants to find another pick-off pretty deep into the Radiant jungle here. He might find Mugetsu. He does get vision of him, he pings him out. More neutral items coming out for the Dire now. This has certainly become an uphill battle for the Radiant. Antichrist now level 20, gets that Stampede cooldown talent. It's going to be harder for Radiant to force out fights where there's no Stampede for the Dire. Smoked up now Radiant, they want to bring this game back. They've got Chrono, they've got Echo Slam. They find vision of Mr. Meeseeks and Killer Jack here. Carrick Knights is going to go for the Chronosphere. The Stampede now coming out. Carrick Knights, he's still silenced. He is going to get soul ripped. He's going to make it back to full health. Bourgeoisie now stoned up by the Medusa. He's going to have to flee. And now an Echo Slam from Mugetsu onto Occasionally Lucky. He's getting low on mana. A multicast stun from the Bourgeoisie is going to get him pretty low, but the Guardian Greaves is going to bring him back up. They don't really have the sustain in order to be able to go back in and fight the Dire. The Radiant, they're really lacking the sustain here that they would need in order to reinitiate back onto the Dire here. Meeseeks did buy back for that though, so if they find him again, that could be a pretty influential death. Carrick Knight is actually going to pop the Mask of Madness here, leaving himself vulnerable as he's going to pop easily under the Sentinel Stun. He'll immediately buy back, but as Mugetsu's dead too, Gangu's going to drop now. Bourgeoisie will be next, dead to the LSA, and Universal. It's a team wipe for the Dire, and Karaoke Knights, that is a feels bad buyback for sure. as Dire Heroes are gonna take down this mid tier 2. And the net worth lead has surpassed what the Radiant ever had. Now a 7k advantage for the Dire. It's only gonna grow from now. It's only gonna grow from here on out. 8k. Mugetsu now buying back. They're just hitting the tier 3 here as the Bourgeoisie. He had bought back earlier, so he's dead for a long time. He's actually level 22, so his death timer, yeah, really is quite long. And as Karaoke Knights had, looks like he had TP'd into the jungle after his buyback, actually is not capable of making it back in order to defend his mid-racks. Top tier 2 now. The Radiant buildings are just falling one by one. Things now just looking desperate for the Radiant after that fight. Karaoke Knights, he has to be a bit more... Karaoke Knights needs to be a bit more patient with the Chronosphere. He needs to let Mugetsu be the one to initiate. And he needs to find the Chronosphere mid-fight when he can find one of the tanky heroes on the Dire who have been dropped a bit low by the damage over time from Universal Healthcare. He's given up his plans for a Manta build and he's going for an NKB now, so I think he's identified that it might not be worth going all in on this Manta Diffusal build. And Radiant, as they work with a racks down, they've got to figure out what they can do in order to get themselves back into this game. There is another Chrono and there is another Echo Slam. So Radiant is certainly capable of finding something, but what that something is, we've yet to see. The Bourgeoisie showing in a lane while his carry's farming it, giving unnecessary information to the enemy team. In case you're lucky now, almost reaching a Skadi. Mogic with a Crystallis as well, so these guys hit hard. Time Dilation coming out onto Killer Jack, but with the Dark Realm, he's gonna find the opportunity to blink away. Blink hook now from Mr. Meeseeks onto the Bourgeoisie. Karaoke Knights is gonna blink forward in order to kill Mr. Meeseeks, but the Dark Willow ultimate, the Terrorize, is gonna force them back, keeping Meeseeks alive. The Stampede has been used, but Mugetsu now, he's been yuled up by Lena on the side. Karaoke Knights now jumps in, he's got a Chrono onto free, but the Echo Slam is going to be unavailable. Gangu 69 is going to try and heal Karaoke Knights back up, but the damage from the Dire Heroes is just too much. Karaoke Knights is dead, he's diebacked, as a matter of fact, and things are looking really bad for the Radiant. Mogic doing a great job there, finding the Earthshaker on the side and picking him off before he can use his ultimate. That could have been a really impactful one. The Dire Heroes were getting pretty grouped up, but Mogic identifying his purpose within these fights. The Dire now, they're looking for these top racks, but geez, occasionally like he's far away. You know you have a courier you can use to reach the secret shop, right? Antichrist wants to take down this tower himself now. As Killer Jack, he is dropping low, but as the Bourgeoisie shows himself, he'll immediately make himself vulnerable to this Pudge, and as Universal Healthcare now TP's in, he similarly is looking a bit like he's in a bit of a precarious situation here. The Dire will back off, but they want to go back in. Mr. Meeseeks, they're smoked up. He wants to find a hook. They're going to go for this bottom tier 2 instead.
Bottom tower is no more.
Universal Healthcare, it's been so long since he's gotten a new item.
I deserve this.
Mugetsu had this Blink Dagger, 20 minutes ago, and still has not yet reached his 4 staff. Occasionally Lucky now, 10 minutes later, realizes that he could have disassembled his Mask of Madness for Butterfly. About damn time. Tier 4 neutral items now coming out. There's going to be a time stroke. Oh. How am I supposed to see that coming, Brandon? As this Faceless Void now has died, Dire have a massive opportunity in order to push in this bottom lane of Rax. Medusa's on her way, and the hook from Mr. Meeseeks is going to find Mugetsu. Could this be Radiant's last stand? It's looking like it might be. Occasionally Lucky, he's almost level 25 at this point. Mr. Meeseeks is going to blink it into Dismember onto Ogre, and there's no one who can cancel the channel. Tombstone's going to come out, but it'll immediately get killed by the Medusa. Multicast Atos coming out, but how much impact is it really having? Fire Blast now to Meeseeks. The Stone Gaze will come out from Occasionally Lucky. He's going to keep wailing into these barracks, as Mr. Meeseeks will eventually trickle down. He will get denied, actually, by Occasionally Lucky. Gangu, he's going to get force-staffed forward here, and he's going to go try to cast his spells into Occasionally Lucky, but they're just not capable of doing enough right now, as they just keep dropping. Universal, he's the only one left alive. Mugetsu and Karaoke Knights now will respawn. They do have their big teamfight ultimates, but they're down a couple of heroes. The Echo Slam now will come out, same as the Chrono. The Stampede comes out, but it's not going to be in time to prevent this Chrono. They're going to take down Killer Jack. They're going to take down Antichrist here, but are they going to be able to take down Occasionally Lucky? Occasionally Lucky, you're going to have to man up here. The Skadi isn't going to be enough to keep him alive with the Spirit Vessel. It's not. The Radiant finally get a fight that goes slightly in their favor. How much did they really get out of it? They got about a 2k gold swing. So it's still 20k in favor of Dire, but Radiant, they're going to be able to get these lanes pushed out. They're going to be able to find some space on the map. Maybe they can use it to take down Roshan. That's definitely the ideal objective right now, is Roshan. You don't need this Medusa taking Aegis. Logic. Is he going to find Karaoke Knights here? And he's definitely capable of solo killing here, as he uses him up. Doesn't get the LSA, but he will throw out the Hex. Actually, that was the Prince's Knife, excuse me. There's another LSA off cooldown now. Mogic, he's going to use it to farm the creep wave. Karaoke Knights, though, he's going to jump back in there. He identifies that the LSA is on cooldown. Mogic will use the Cypher Vice to defend himself, but the second LSA now is going to miss. Karaoke Knights, he's going to keep chasing. He's going to get Yules up now, but Mugetsu, he's here. He wants to make sure Mogic dies. They're going to keep jumping forward, but are they going to find him in the trees here? They will not. He's going to make it out alive.
Freedom makes me happy as I can be.
Universal Healthcare with the completed Silver Edge. I'm not sure what this item really does. There's nothing really important that the break aspect disables here, and the item no longer reduces healing like it used to. Yeah. It's not like you benefit from the Echo Saber either. The Dire, they're moving back into the Radiant jungle, trying to re-establish dominance of the map. Universal Healthcare is going to try and split push top as far as he can, while they leave the Bourgeoisie to deal with this mid push. Karaoke Knights, he's alone right now, and as they stampede for the trees, they're not quite going to find Karaoke Knights TPing away. Universal Healthcare, he's doing the best he can. The little Venomancer that could, he's going to try and force someone from the Dire back in order to try and ensure that the Radiant have a numbers advantage for this next engagement. Working towards an Aghanim Scepter now. He's setting Plague Wards up in front of the tower, and it's going to be Mogic who's TP's back. But this man has boots of travel. Universal Healthcare Yules'd up. Is he really going to fall victim to this Lina? He is invis, and it looks like the answer is going to be yes. He's going to run passing that, but he's actually going to attack out of Silver Edge. Mogic, he could catch him out here. Antichrist is going to TP to the shrine. He's still got a few more seconds left on this channel. Universal Healthcare, his Silver Edge is going to come back up. Do they have any more detection? They do not. With the Silver Edge, he's going to make it back out alive. All he needs to do is find himself a nice little safe spot in TP. So right now, it's 3v2 in the bottom lane. Dire, you got to find something. If Killer Jack shows their lane here, I'm sure... Karaoke Knights. They immediately identify that this man is not going to receive any help. Mr. Meeseeks, he wants to go for a hook. He's going to get it onto Karaoke Knights, and he will get the dismember. Karaoke Knights, is he really dead here? He's not. But he doesn't time walk. I think Karaoke Knights may get a bit tilted here, as both of these Dire heroes will end up exchanging their lives for the Faceless Void, but Karaoke Knight, he could have lived there for sure. They want to find Mogic here, but I mean, guys, this guy's had a Shadow Blade for so long and you're still not holding dust. Occasionally lucky now, he's 25, he's got the Split Shot Unisys modifiers talent. Karaoke Knight is going to be forced to use his second buyback of the game, echoing what we saw with the Gyrocopter in Game 1. Having to use multiple buybacks in order to keep his base alive, while Mogic hits the bottom racks. Mugetsu, he's going to throw out a Fissure, not quite. Mogic will back up in time. And Dire, they still haven't done Roche, funnily enough. Even though they're playing a Medusa lineup, you got to do Roshan, guys. It's pretty good. Turns out what you get from Roshan is pretty good. Universal Healthcare, it looks like he wants to find a pick off onto Mogic here, but he's still not holding detection, so he's not going to be able to do it, even if he does find a Gale. Karaoke Knights. I think he was under vision for a second there. He's going to use the ninja gear now. Bourgeois Z trying to get that level 25 talent. He's probably going to want that Fire Blast damage. Universal probably going to want that Plague Ward talent. Who else is getting close? Karaoke Knights definitely going to want the 20% backtrack this game. Killer Jack probably going to want the Terrorize Duration is good, but with the attack speed talent and the Ags, Killer Jack's going to be practically a second carry. They're finally going to take a Roshan on the Dire now, but actually Karaoke Knight, he's aware of it and he's going to blink in. Terrorize though now comes out, and he's been locked down for a long time. This Faceless Void is dead without buyback for 2 minutes. Radiant, it's time to get back to your base. Antichrist, you know, has the Retaliate Aura talent. Mogic with the attack range. Meeseeks, he's probably going to end up going for that Dismember talent again. Things looking really grim for the Radiant here, as they're going to be without their Faceless Void for 100 seconds. They don't have a repair kit. There's a 30-second wait for Stampede, but there's already a Stone Gaze. I feel like it's not going to take too much for Dire to be able to just steamroll Radiant here if they're not careful. They're going to have to stay pretty far back. Yep, this is exactly what I would do if I were Radiant. I would be pushing the tier 4s right now. Nice Fissure actually hits onto 4. He's going to go for the Echo Sign follow-up. Is it really going to be enough? They're sustaining throughout all of this. Gungi 69 is going to get used up, and the Stone Gaze does come out. Universal Healthcare will die and buy back. Antichrist does get low. He might die to the poison over here. He might not. He's regen back up. Looks like he's going to be okay. Gungi 69 will die. He's lacking a buyback. Mugetsu dies. He's going to buy back. Killer Jack does die to the Ogre Magi here, but as occasionally like he gets force-stuffed forward, they can't really afford to commit too many spells on him as he does have Aegis. Mugetsu now dead without buyback, and occasionally like he's just going to keep hitting these buildings. Bourgeois Z, he wants to go for the Fire Blast, but guys, he still has an Aegis. Mugetsu's going to die on the back line. Occasionally like he's going to keep manning up. Universal, he's getting pretty low. These Radiant heroes, they finally hit their 25s. And the Aegis will finally get popped, but there's still 14 seconds with no Faceless Void. They're lacking a Poison Nova for 40 more seconds. Occasionally lucky, he just wants to hit the Ancient. He's still killing Universal while hitting the Ancient. The power of Split Shot here, as you see, even the Bourgeoisie, the tanky Ogre Magi, is falling low. Universal now, he does die right before Karaoke Knight is able to get the Chronosphere off. He's going to be able to kill off Mogic. Will he be able to kill the Occasional Lucky? Will he be able to kill the Medusa? He does. He's going to have to jump in an unorthodox direction though here. As he's stranded, it's him versus the world right now. Karaoke Knight, as he gets hooked back in by Mr. Meeseeks and is dead. End of the road for Dire here, as there are no buybacks remaining. There's an entire Dire team in their base, And they're gonna tap out.
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Congratulations to Dire for actually taking Radiant 2-0 in these Captain's Mode games. That was exactly what we wanted to see in Game 2. Something with a little bit, something that's not too long, but still had a little bit of a back and forth nature to it. Karakinati tried his best, but it didn't feel like he was totally confident on the Faceless Void. And Radiant generally not moving around the map in ways that were conducive to pushing the pressure, pushing the advantage that they had built up early on. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have the top 4 players participate in a double bracket elimination here for the Week 10 finals. Don't go anywhere. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our top 4. It's going to be Mr. Meeseeks with 16 points, Occasionally Lucky and Mugetsu each with 13, and Universal Healthcare for All with 12. Our top 4 are now going to move into a double elimination bracket of 1v1 gaming. I'm gonna make a bracket in just a sec here. Alright. Who have we got? Double elimination. Yep. Registration is free. I'm on challenge, that's all. Alright. I guess I might as well put this on the stream, right? Let's go into here. That's odd. Oh, I'm having a bit of trouble here, guys. I'm trying to get this bracket up onto the screen. Please bear with me. Alright, here we go. So, we got Mr. Meeseeks, Mugetsu, Never Lucky, and Universal Healthcare for All. Shuffle the seeds. And let's have a look at what we've got. Alright, for game 1, we're going to jump straight into it. It's going to be Mr. Meeseeks and Mugetsu 1v1 mid. Let's get it going. I'm going to make a lobby. I'm going to send you guys the password. Let's see here. There's your password Meeseeks and Mugetsu. I've sent them to you in Discord. And 1v1. Something we've not done yet. Something it's going to be pretty unique. I don't think many of these players are even mid players, honestly. So, ooh, this game is bugging out. All right, we good. Maybe we should jump into one of our Discord channels here and ask some of our players what they thought of those two games before we jump into the 1v1s.
Where the fuck's picture-in-picture mode? I can't find it.
Hey guys, I thought I'd ask for a bit of a losers interview before we got into the 1v1s. Is that alright?
Huh?
That's alright.
I guess Universal Healthcare, you probably don't feel too bad since you're still in top 4.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Are you looking forward to facing occasionally Lucky or Never Lucky in game 2?
Not really, but I gotta do it.
Alright.
What needs to be done needs to be done.
Well, I think I'm probably just gonna get started with the 1v1s now, so we'll ditch that interview. I'm gonna get started. As a reminder, these 1v1s are best of 1. Creep blocking, soul ring, infused raindrop, runes, bottle, and jungling are all banned. I'm just gonna copy paste that back into the chat to make sure you guys all know. Let's get it started.
Alright.
What the fuck am I doing? Here we go.
Shadow Fiend.
Mugetsu and Mr. Meeseeks. These are number 1 and number 2 in points respectively. Now facing off. Playing some Shadow Fiend in the 1v1. The player who wins this is guaranteed top 3. So whoever wins this game is gonna make out with at least $10 here. There should be about 20 more seconds until Dota wants to actually let us play, but that's okay. So I was saying earlier, what we can expect to see, we're going to see most likely a lot of regen coming out from both players, you know. No one's going to be working towards a large item in the vein of a Yules or a drum, so it's going to be about salves and mangoes. It's going to be down to each player individually to land as many raises as possible. Not really any cosmetics coming out from the boys here. A bit disappointed.
The time for preparation is short. Use it wisely.
Alright, so Migetsu's gone for Souls level 1. Meeseeks, will we see a Raise level 1 build? These two men are literally sitting next to each other. I'm sure it's going to be really loud wherever they are. So Meeseeks starting out. So Migetsu's starting out with a single fairy. Migetsu's actually starting out with a salve here, so.
30 seconds and counting.
Meeseeks still saving a skill point. Nice bit of patience, I like it. Neither player is actually carrying an Observer Ward right now, interestingly enough, so perhaps it's just slipped their minds, or maybe they don't think it's necessary. Who is to say?
For ultimate-ish glory.
Ultimate-ish glory, yes, thank you, Nancy. Alright, both players respecting the no creep blocking. Thank you, thank you. Meeseeks still holding that skill point. Alright, he does go for the Necromastery, so he does have... actually, both players are even in damage, so... Ooh, nice deny from Migetsu. Meeseeks will not be able to match that on his side. We see, I think that's an extra Fairy Fire coming out from Migetsu on the courier there. Missing some CS under tower, not ideal. Migetsu already with 3 times as many Necromastery stacks, and he's hit level 2 before Mr. Meeseeks. This is a big advantage. Does miss a raise, but that's okay. We're all just warming up. This is another raise, it's alright. Ooh, Meeseeks hitting that nice triple raise there. Migetsu getting low. He's gonna pop a Fairy Fire in order to stay healthy here. Migetsu, he might want to go for another raise here, but it's only level 1. It won't be enough to kill. Perhaps he can cancel the salve. He doesn't go for it. Meeseeks, I'd say with that, he's built up a bit of a dominance here. Although Mr. Migetsu, he is still higher on the Necromastery stacks. Is everything alright? Food at the door. Alright, no worries, boys. No worries, boys. Give them a sec to get their food. I'm just gonna... There we go. Alright. I've got this set up for, Here we go. I'm gonna put that... What the fuck? Alright, this is a shit show. I wanna do this. No, I don't want... Not that. Alright, whatever. We'll leave it for now, boys. Getting back into it, Mugetsu still with that big Necromastery lead. Both players about even in mana when you consider mangoes. Mugetsu now also hitting level 3 first. He's actually going to go for that extra level in Necromastery, so he wants some more souls. Seeing some pretty spooky whiffs on these Shadow Razors here. Meeseeks is caught up in souls now though, and he's gone for that second level in Shadow Rays. So if both these players get in a skirmish, Meeseeks is going to be an advantage with more levels in Shadow Rays. Ooh, cancelling that raise, very nicely done. They're getting some denies. Mr. Meeseeks with the high ground advantage here. We see, yep, just that one level in raise is enough to make a difference, putting Meeseeks ahead in that little skirmish. He gets to go off this ranged creep. He doesn't actually quite get level 4, so Mr. Meeseek still has a few seconds here where he can push his advantage. We can get some more right clicks and some more raises in. He's going to give away a deny though, so it's all going to be for naught. Nice uphill miss, nice uphill miss. Unfortunate animation cancel, happens to the best of us. He is going to get that nice deny on the range creep, but Migetsu's going to mirror it. Meeseek's for slight lead in souls, despite Mugetsu going for the level 2 Necromastery at level 3, so... Meeseek's also pulling ahead very far in denies. Unfortunate, unfortunate. Alright, Mugetsu, he's lacking mana right now. He's completely unable to raise. It's time for Mr. Meeseeks to drop him low, and he's not bringing any more health regen on the courier, so if you get him low now, he's gonna have to sit in lane low on HP for a long time. Mr. Meeseeks doing a good job there of getting the raise to hit both the creeps and his opponent. And Mr. Meeseeks, as he hits level 5, is going to have level 3 Shadow Raise. Both players trading raises, and Mugetsu clearly at a health disadvantage here. Still not bringing any more health regen on the courier. This is Meeseeks' chance, frankly, if he pops a mango there. Will the long raise be enough? Not quite. If he mediumed and then... Oh, actually, okay, the medium does end up being enough. He takes a bit of extra damage for it, but he does walk away with first blood. Mr. Meeseeks now with a massive XP advantage. For those who don't watch 1v1 mid, the first blood usually snowballs into a win for that player. First blood is very decisive in 1v1 mid. Meeseeks, he's bringing out some boots and some mangoes, so he's just going to get back up to her health with some tangos. Migetsu now bringing some observer wards, so that's going to be nice. He's going to be able to see above the hill a bit. Ooh, whiffed raise. Don't stress about it. Meeseeks now with the boots. This is a big advantage. Helps him to dodge raises pretty effectively here. And Mugetsu, he lands the raise, but he's not getting as much value out of it as he could. Mr. Meeseeks playing pretty conservatively while he's still not in tip-top shape in the HP department. Still massively ahead in souls here, as SF does lose half his souls when he dies. So that's just another reason that the 1v1 first blood is so decisive. There's a nice raise from Mugetsu. More of those. More of those and you can make the comeback, brother. We're all here rooting for Mugetsu. We want to see the comeback. Mr. Meeseeks, he's got raises maxed out. Level 7 now. Mugetsu, he's fighting an uphill battle, but that's what makes it exciting. He does take a couple of raises here. Mr. Meeseeks, he looks like he wants to go for the close raise, but he'll back off a bit. Mugetsu with 1 Fairy Fire still remaining. Mr. Meeseeks with 3, and a pretty large advantage in terms of damage capabilities right now. While he's still holding a mango, he always has damage potential. Not damage potential, kill potential. Excuse me. As long as he has a mango, he's got kill potential. Nice deny there. There is a catapult from Mugetsu. This is an opportunity to get some extra damage onto Meeseeks, as when he raises the wave, he can't kill the catapult, and geez, Mugetsu getting pretty extremely low there. Mr. Meeseeks doubling the CS at this point. It's looking pretty dire for Mugetsu, as he's not bringing any more regen. He will get it shipped out now, but it might not even make it in time. Meeseeks is regening up, and he's got 2 more raises available to him now. If Mr. Meeseeks ever gets within medium shadow raise range, he's pretty much dead, unless the long one whiffs. But that's less unlikely, as Mr. Meeseeks has boots. He can make those finer adjustments. Look how aggressively he sits. He'll just tank a couple hits from the creeps just to make sure that Mugetsu doesn't think about running too far forward here. Mr. Meeseeks looking like the player to beat right now as we get in to the 1v1s. Missing an opportunity there as he could have probably moved forward and gone for a close raise there for the triple, but Mugetsu is still crippled, low on HP. Meeseeks does have 2 raises available. Ooh, he has a bit of trouble with the pathing through the trees, so he's not going to be able to snipe him behind the tower there. Salve now cancelled, Mugetsu completely out of regen, and his courier has only just reached him, so it's going to be a while till he can get any more. Another raise comes out. Meeseeks, his long run was still in cooldown, so he couldn't get it. He's going to get it now, though. Congratulations to Meeseeks, he's going to move on. Mugetsu's going to go to the lower bracket, though. He's still got another chance. Next up is gonna be Never Lucky versus Universal Healthcare for All. Let's see the brackets. There it is. God, this is no good. There we go. So Meeseeks and Mugetsu. Oh, I didn't click start. Alright, come on, get on with it, challenge. Get on with it. I'm trying to update the bracket here. Alright, well, as we wait for the bracket to update, I'm going to create another lobby for Lucky and Universal Healthcare to join. Never Lucky. There you go, fellas. Join whenever you're ready. Oh man, this is taking a while, eh? Alright, there we go. Let's report these scores. 1-0 for Meeseeks. Mugetsu now going to move down to the lower brackets where he's going to face the loser of this next game between Lucky and Universal Healthcare. Let's see how this one goes. Oh, I accidentally fucking pressed start. Alright, my bad, guys. Excuse me. Alright, new lobby's up, guys. Sorry about that. So, I wonder if either of these players have any strats going into this game. Both players are in the lobby. I think I should probably turn coin flip on. They're not going to bother setting teams. Alright. Pick whatever side you want, I guess, boys. First come, first serve it is. When it comes to sides.
Shadow Fiend.
Universal with the SF. What's Occasionally Lucky gonna pick? Oh, he picks SF! Oh my god, an incredible counter pick coming out from Occasionally Lucky here as he goes for the SF. A notoriously positive matchup against the SF in the mid lane. I would give the edge to Occasionally Lucky here though, as he does have some pretty cool cosmetics here. First Arcana, and only Arcana it seems like, within the bracket right now. He's got the Desolator arms too. Looking pretty fresh. As we get into the game, one of the more impactful elements we're going to see as we get into the game is what items we see from both players. Whether each player, whether they decide to go for more stats or more regen is I'm definitely going to say something about not only the way they want to play, but how much 1v1 they play. Occasionally lucky, definitely going a bit extra here with the mangoes, but I gotta say, I like it. Universal's healthcare is going to start with just 1 mango. But he's occasionally lucky with 6, so not only does he have that extra bit of health regen, but looks like he's going to want to push in that lane, in fact. Alright, both players starting out with wards this time. Probably looking to go for some pretty standard placements, I would imagine. Gonna want to watch this, these opposing high ground areas in order to attack and land razors and such. There we go. Not choosing to meet in the river for the ceremonial handshake, I see.
30 seconds and counting.
Damn, why is Universal's clan tag purple? That's weird. Lucky just outside of the range of this ward, so I don't think he's quite given away his item build yet.
The international spirit lives in us all.
All right, upper bracket, round 1, game 2, Universal Healthcare for All versus never lucky, occasionally lucky Steven, the guy who doesn't fucking buy Blink Dagger on Sand King and Overthrow because he's a bitch. Both players still saving their skill points. Steven goes for the souls, and so does Universal Healthcare. No one looking to push out the wave so far. Despite both players starting with mangoes. Universal Healthcare for All definitely getting some choice right clicks in there, and a nice deny. He won't get the last hit there, but he will prevent occasionally lucky from getting the deny. Can't say the same about that ranged creep, however. Alright, nice CSing under tower. Doesn't quite get that second one. Unlucky there. Universal Healthcare certainly doing a good job of attacking in between creeps, but he's going to take a fair bit of damage here, and he's going to pop the salve prematurely. Both players now getting pretty low. I think Universal's got this. He does.
On the ground, and we're already looking for more.
Never lucky he didn't pop his Fairy Fire in time. Universal Healthcare, he's got 2 ranged creeps. So even though they were evenly matched in damage and in razors, occasionally lucky he takes more damage from the 2 ranged creeps. And that's going to lead to first blood going to Universal Healthcare very quickly. He's going to look to get some more regen delivered on his courier now. Captain Bamboozle himself cheering his cheering his owner on as he runs to the mid lane. Occasionally lucky, only on 4 souls. He's actually going to get the return kill in Universal. A bit too far forward there, unfortunately. And it's going to go back to even now. Occasionally lucky's going to build up a bit of an XP lead as he gets more XP from getting the kill second, and he also gets a free wave there. Both players manning up again, and Universal, he's actually going to get it with the last hit. I think both players seeming like they didn't feel like playing anymore. Both just going for the kamikaze, and Universal Healthcare coming out on top. Alright. Good stuff there, fellas. So that one's going to go in the favor of Universal Healthcare. God, that was fucking 2 minutes. I think we'll go with, God, Challenge doesn't want to let me report this shit. There we go, Universal Healthcare, congratulations. You're going to come out of this double elimination bracket with at least $10 in prize money. I think we'll go next with Meeseeks versus Universal Healthcare. Go straight into the next round of the upper bracket. Please join the lobby whenever you're ready. And we'll get into this next game of the upper bracket. Universal Healthcare, he didn't win quite as decisively as Mr. Meeseeks there, but I believe what he did demonstrate is a stronger understanding of just how much damage he's capable of with the Shadow Razors there. Sorry Mugetsu, but I'm going to kick you out for now, and we're going to get started with Game 2 of the upper bracket. So it's Game 3 that we've played, but it's round 2 of the upper bracket. Universal Healthcare for All versus Mr. Meeseeks. One of these players is going to get knocked down to the lower bracket here, and they're going to have to face the winner of Mugetsu versus Occasionally Lucky. That being said, both of these players have secured themselves a top 3 placement, securing themselves a minimum $10 prize. They're holding off on the picks. I wonder what's going to come out here. Oh, it just didn't show us that they'd already picked. Alright, that's interesting. God, I love when Dota just works. Well, it's like Gabe said, you know, whenever we show off weird bugs like that, the Valve Office gremlin gets on top of that immediately. Was it a gremlin or a goblin? Well, anyway, I'm sure that'll be fixed in a day or two. As getting into round 2 of the upper bracket, Universal Healthcare versus Mugetsu. Universal Healthcare, I don't think he started with a salve last game, did he? And Mr. Meeseeks doing something similar, so seems like we've got a bit of a meta developing here where our players like to start off with salves, interestingly enough. Universal Healthcare, definitely the one with a bit of a explosive potential with these razors. Let's see what he's capable of here as he goes against Mr. Meeseeks, who definitely asserted his dominance over Mugetsu in terms of last hitting. Mr. Meeseeks really demonstrated that he's capable of building up those necro stacks really quickly.
30 seconds to battle.
30 seconds now. Both players have placed their initial observer ward. Meeseeks' ward is a bit far back, so it doesn't quite see up to this area. And he's also shown his starting build off to Universal, so Universal playing with a bit more information here. Actually, he's going to place a second ward that does see this area, so might as well, I guess.
Those who bear witness will not soon
Creeps now
forget
spawn.
that which transpires.
Universal Healthcare for All's starting build does give him 2 more damage, level 1. Meeseeks sitting on 48, Universal Healthcare sitting on 50, so perhaps we can see that be the difference maker as both players still skill up Necromastery level 1, not seeing any reason to go for the Shadow Rays. Universal Healthcare for All bringing down that creep below himself and getting the deny. But he does concede the range creep deny to Mr. Meeseeks, but he'll get his own range creep deny, so okay, not so bad. Ooh, nice job aggroing the creeps there, getting your own creeps off that one, so the deny attempt from Mr. Meeseeks fizzles there. And Universal coming out way on top in CS after that first wave with 5 Necromastery charges. Actually, pretty much just decides not to go for the range creep there, but he's trying to make use of this level 2. He's trying to play aggressive here. He wants to use these Shadow Razors while Meeseeks can't. And you know, we do see Mr. Meeseeks is sitting a lot lower on HP. Universal definitely does have the wave pushed out. Ooh, 2 more Razors here. Ooh, Meeseeks will salve up. Meeseeks does finally hit level 2. He's going to throw out the Razors. He's not quite going to get the close one. Universal now, it's his turn to salve up. Meeseeks still pretty far behind in Necromastery souls here. Getting denied under the tower even. Universal, he's actually going for a couple more Razors here. And Meeseeks, all he's got left are Fairy Fires. Universal similarly only Fairy Fires, but he's sitting on a lot more HP and a lot more mana here. I think if he pressed that advantage here, there's a chance Meeseeks dies, but he wants to play it safe. He knows he secured himself a nice placement, and he wants to keep it that way. He wants to keep this run going through the upper bracket. Meeseeks catching up on the souls, but still behind overall in CS, and Universal Healthcare is going to use that advantage to be sitting pretty high and mighty in terms of the regen battle here. Nice long raise is going to get a CS and some harass onto Meeseeks, who is now getting a salve delivered on the courier. He's going to be able to salve up pretty safely now. Universal Healthcare, his salve contains no salve, so he's just got to work with what he's got. But he is working currently with a lot more mana. Meeseeks is going to have to pop those mangoes if he wants to apply any more pressure. He will go for it, in fact, and while he gets the long raise, he doesn't want to go for that close one. Both players are vying for that XP advantage. It's currently Universal who is massively in the lead here by about 200 XP. If he gets level 5 before Meeseeks, that might be the power spike that he wants to take advantage of in order to get that first blood. More denies under the tower now. It feels like Mr. Meeseeks' CS is slipping a bit. He'll go for the medium long raise now, but he's out of mana. He's going to have to pop a mango. Universal Healthcare, he's still got raises to himself. I'd like to see him position himself a bit more far forward here, especially as Mr. Meeseeks is actually getting hit by the tower here. A long race from Universal Healthcare could be enough for the kill. He doesn't quite identify it, and Mr. Meeseeks will get away. Ooh, but he actually isn't really getting anything delivered on the courier there. Only stats, it seems like, and Universal is going to get some regen, so Universal now with a big advantage in health and mana. Gonna look to keep Mr. Meeseeks away from the creeps, if not punish an overly aggressive maneuver. He wants to make sure Mr. Meeseeks knows that he cannot sit near this creep wave. Mr. Meeseeks, he's just throwing razors out for damage now. He's gonna lure him in with the salve, but he goes for a long raise before the medium one. Unfortunate, but the long raise, it's about to come back off cooldown. Perhaps he could get the kill here. Courier now does arrive for Meeseeks, but he's not got a salve coming. He's gonna have to go back to base if he wants to get... if he doesn't want to take any risks. Universal, the XP lead is only getting bigger and bigger. He's gonna hit level 6 soon as we reach 5 minutes. And Meeseeks, at this point, he's close to dying just from a single long raise. Universal, he's going to get that level 3 Necromastery. More denies under the tower. It's becoming harder and harder for Meeseeks to find his bearings here. Medium raise comes out, but the long one is still on cooldown. Universal Healthcare still extremely far ahead in terms of regen. Throwing at the long raise, not quite going to get the kill there. Ooh, I feel like if he turned around, Mr. Meeseeks was pretty intent on walking forward there. We could have seen a medium raise secure the kill. Universal Healthcare, still Meeseeks. He's actually TPing here. He doesn't see because he hasn't put up another ward. His ward's been sitting under the tower. If he had put that second ward up at 5 minutes, he would have seen Meeseeks TP and he would have gotten the kill there. So Meeseeks, he's going to come back to lane full health, full mana, but the XP advantage for Universal, it's massive now. He will now put up his second Observer Ward to Meeseeks' higher ground. Missing middle, that's true. Middle is missing. Universal is going to take this missing opportunity to take down this Dire Catapult. So the lane's going to push really fast in favor of the Radiant here. He's got the close raise, he's got the medium raise, he's going to go for attacks in between, but he's going to miss the long raise now. Meeseeks, he wants to find this kill. Universal is going to salve up. I think... oh, Mr. Meeseeks takes a tower hit there. I think that was your opportunity. He missed again. Medium raise. Long raise is actually going to be enough with the auto attack. Universal Healthcare finally finds first blood after minutes of maintaining an extreme XP lead. Missing some CS there, going for a bit of a greedy close raise.
Dire should look to their middle tower.
As we hit 7 minutes, Meeseeks is going to be desperate to try and claw his way back into this. As he's about to hit level 6, Universal is about to hit level 8. He's going to have max Necromastery soon. We might even see him go for a level in the Requiem of Souls just to try and cheese him out here. Universal, he's got triple rays available. He's going to go for the far one here, and with the right clicks, that honestly might be enough. Survives on 9 HP, Meeseeks, barely. He's prioritized the boots over any more regen, and he's going to run back to base in order to ensure he doesn't just completely throw the game away. But at this point, there might be no other option here. Universal, he's going to keep farming the lane here, and Meeseeks actually, his TP is still on cooldown. He's going to have to run to base and then run back. He might even buy a Smoke of Deceit here just to run faster. So Universal Healthcare with the cloak strat, seemingly beating out Meeseeks. What did I say? Mr. Meeseeks, seemingly beating out Mr. Meeseeks with the move speed strat. Universal Healthcare
Is under attack.
continuing to just get constant denies under tower, just raising creeps for fun at this point. Basically, he's sitting on max souls, getting even more regen delivered. Meeseeks, he wants to go for a cheese kill from the fog, it looks like, maybe. He's going to move forward. He's got the close raise here, but the triple raise from Universal Healthcare will be enough. That means Universal Healthcare, congratulations. What you've just done is secured yourself a spot in the finals. Congratulations, Universal Healthcare, making it out with a minimum $25 here. Impressive stuff. We're going to go on to Mugetsu, occasionally lucky next. The lobby is up, fellas. Same password, same name. Occasionally lucky and Mugetsu, please join. And we'll get started. Occasionally lucky wants to claim the Dire. Alright, Meeseeks, I'm going to have to kick you from the lobby. Let's get started. Round 1 of the lower bracket now. If you lose here, it's over. You're out. No money for you. But whoever wins here will get the opportunity to play against Mr. Meeseeks in round 2 of the lower bracket. So Mugetsu, he's fighting here for his chance at a rematch against Mr. Meeseeks. Occasionally lucky, he's fighting here for the chance to play against a completely unknown matchup for him. So hopefully he's been studying Mr. Meeseeks here over the stream, and he's going to try and take that knowledge into the next round. But first, he has to take down Mugetsu, and considering these players have both found their way into the lower bracket, this is truly anyone's game. Actually, occasionally lucky, he's changed up his cosmetics here. He wants to keep his opponents on their toes. Maybe he thinks this one has a smaller hitbox on the razors. Occasionally lucky, is he going to go for the same build as before?
Prepare for battle.
Mugetsu gone for something pretty similar to what we've seen Mr. Meeseeks go for. I think Mugetsu went for something different in round 1, but he's gone for something more akin to Meeseeks' build. Occasionally lucky, he's gone for some branches, interestingly enough, and a circlet, so he's got a bit more stats for certain, but I wonder what he's trying to accomplish with these branches. Oh, and he's queuing out some braces. That's interesting. Mugetsu with a free damage advantage here, level 1, with each player's starting build. Lacking an observer here, Mugetsu occasionally like he's going to be the one with the vision advantage, seemingly.
Just 30 seconds now.
Let's see where occasionally Lucky places the ward. He's not placed it yet. Both players just kind of, you know, giving each other the stink eye, scoping each other out. Mugetsu's gonna have Necromastery skilled, but occasionally Lucky's still saving his. He's placed his ward, but he's still saving his skill point. Mugetsu now places a mirroring ward. Both players are with 3 mangoes, but occasionally Lucky has way less fairy fires than Mugetsu. Perhaps they can be used for a bit of an advantage here by Mugetsu, as he can definitely take, he can be a bit more risky with these trades. He can pop a fairy fire. Both players with a deny each now. One of those was on a ranged creep though, so Mugetsu, bit of a lead against occasionally Lucky already. Ooh, and another ranged creep deny. Jeez, occasionally Lucky not really doing a good job of securing those range creeps for himself, and that's important. Oh, occasionally Lucky seems like he's really struggling here under the tower. But he's only 2 souls behind, even if the denies are a bit extreme. He's actually going to forego hitting the range creep there in order to use the razors. So Mugetsu now very low, lacking a salve. Oh, occasionally Lucky. Is this going to be enough? The razor coming back up. He gets the auto attack, but Mugetsu will fairy fire back up, but he'll pick him off with the long raise. Nicely done. And those early range creep denies, they're a lot less of a factor now that occasionally Lucky has a big XP boost from that first blood. I guess he's going to come to lane with a second ward, some more mangoes. Occasionally Lucky immediately going for some more trades here. He's going to threat the long raise, and with the fairy fire, is this enough? Occasionally Lucky speed running Mugetsu here, as Mugetsu unfortunately eliminated from the Community Dota 2 League top 4. He fought valiantly, but unfortunately his 1v1 skills were not quite up to snuff. And that means occasionally Lucky is going to find himself in the top 3, facing off against Mr. Meeseeks, fighting for a chance to face Universal Healthcare for All again in the grand finals now. And God, Challenge really is just being a bit of a bitch tonight when it comes to reporting scores, eh? Occasionally Lucky 1-0 against Mugetsu. A new lobby is up. Mr. Meeseeks versus Never Lucky. Lower bracket finals, fighting for the chance, both players for their rematch against Universal Healthcare for All. The loser does get eliminated, but it's okay, it's not all bad. You'll make it out with a $10 Steam voucher. Why is Universal Healthcare here? He's not playing. Kick from lobby. Alright, Mr. Meeseeks is in. Let's get it started. Lower bracket finals. This is our second last game of the entire league. I almost can't believe that we're coming to an end here, as this does feel like a pretty epic climax to what have been 10 weeks of Dota here. Occasionally Lucky, he's taken a league. Excuse me. Seems like he's taken a league out of well, I think, okay, so what I'm trying to say is I think we can see a parallel between occasionally Lucky and Universal Healthcare in their understanding of the damage that they're capable of doing at any one time, that we haven't seen from Mugetsu, who unfortunately has been eliminated. But I think even Mr. Meeseeks lacks that just a little bit. As we say that though, Mr. Meeseeks, it's not like he's been performing badly over these last couple games. He's just going to have to show that he can perform better than occasionally Lucky. As the plays now load into the game.
Prepare for battle.
Already, Meeseeks has his items ready. He's got it pre-planned out. This man was born ready 4 Fairy Fires, a Slipper, and 2 Mangoes. He's sitting at 53 damage, while occasionally lucky, 3 Mangoes, 2 Fairy Fires, a Circlet, 2 Obs, and a Sentry. Only at 48 damage, so Mr. Meeseeks certainly trying to get that level 1 advantage with that extra bit of damage. Meeseeks now gets his wards delivered, occasionally lucky. He walks any further forward and he's going to reveal where he places his ward. Mr. Meeseeks is going to place his from the fog here.
Just 30 seconds now.
But it doesn't really see any further than what he already could. He can see this area, but not this area. Lucky's going to put his sentry in the middle, so it's not going to catch this. But this Obs definitely serves more of a purpose than what Mr. Meeseeks has to offer. Although Mr. Meeseeks will place a ward that certainly mirrors that, so kind of a moot point. Both players still saving their skill points here. Perhaps we'll finally see someone go for a level 1 raise play. I'm telling you, it's good. You guys are just fucking nerds. Both players giving each other the stink eye, giving it the Mexican standoff, you know. Gonna see who draws first. Occasionally lucky. Wow, what a show of respect, cancelling his attack animation there. Both players now skilling up Necromastery, both aggroing the creeps such that the range creeps are going to be in jeopardy here, and it's going to be Mr. Meeseeks who gets the deny there. We keep seeing this between games, and I think someone, whoever goes for their own range creep is going to have to forfeit the deny and go for their own deny. Or else they're just going to end up negative in that trade every time. Speaking of negative in a trade, occasionally lucky tanks the creeps instead of letting them go under the tower, and he's going to take half his health from it. Even now, while aggroing the creeps under tower, where he specifically didn't want them to be, he's going to take even more damage. Mr. Meeseeks pressing the advantage with some well-placed raises now. Occasionally lucky though, does now hit level 2, but XP advantage is firmly in Mr. Meeseeks' favour. He's going to throw out another raise, taking a bit of a tower hit here. He's getting a bit frisky. Both players going for the close raise, and it's occasionally lucky whose long raise is going to come off cooldown first. Mr. Meeseeks gives up first blood in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Occasionally lucky, further demonstrating that understanding of just how much he's capable of at any one point. He's going to have his bracer finished now, and he's going to bring some more mangoes as well. Occasionally lucky, looking like he might be on a fast track to the grand finals here. 8 souls to 4 now. Both players down a medium and a long raise. Occasionally lucky, he could go for these range creep denies right now. He'll get 1. He'll miss uphill. He'll get 2. But Mr. Meeseeks will deny that one. Okay. Occasionally lucky, he's about to hit level 4, so he'll get level 2 Necromastery. Meeseeks is still a ways off. Occasionally lucky, can definitely get some favourable trades going for him now that he's got a soul advantage. Meeseeks, he's going for his own raises here, but occasionally lucky he whiffs one. Gonna miss a couple CS here too. The CS is now even, and Mr. Meeseeks, he's gonna get a couple raises here, but occasionally lucky, the medium raise is coming back off cooldown. Meeseeks does a great job of running into melee range, and lucky, he's gonna whiff the medium raise instead of going for the long one. Meeseeks does a great job there of running into melee range when he knows that close raise is on cooldown, taking advantage of that very nicely. And now, feels like Mr. Meeseeks might be the one who can control the tempo of the lane now, as he's going to self back up and he's got a mango. He might be able to pick off occasionally lucky now here as he gets low, but occasionally lucky, he's going to use his own mangoes. He will die though, he's going to whiff the long raise, and with that, Mr. Meeseeks will find a return kill. It's now 1-1, and Mr. Meeseeks is bringing it back. Either player right now, only 1 kill away from making it into the grand finals. Both players looking for a rematch against Universal Healthcare for All. Occasionally lucky, he's going to smoke up here. He's got a special little strategy in mind. I wonder what it is. He's not quite level 5, so Mr. Meeseeks, he's going to have advantage on the raise levels, but he's out of mana anyway, so it probably won't be a factor. Occasionally lucky, looking like he wants to find a bit of a flank here. The triple raise very well might be enough, as Mr. Meeseeks, he's actually going to completely back up here in order to meet with his courier and salve up. Really smart. Occasionally lucky. You will cancel the salve, but now Meeseeks, he's clearly hit more raises and he's going to take it just like that. Mr. Meeseeks. GG's to Occasionally Lucky. Congratulations on 3rd place, brother. Better luck next time. And now for the final game of the Redacted Esports Club University Dota 2 League. Pretty sure I said that right. A 1v1 mid between Meeseeks and Universal Healthcare for All. This is not going to be a losers-winners differential. There is one game. Winner of this game takes it all. First place $50, second place $25. We're going to wait for Universal Healthcare for All to join the lobby, and then we're going to get started. Final game here of the University Dota 2 Community League. Thank you to everyone who's played and watched up to this point. It's been an honor. I'm very excited to find out who we're going to get to crown champion after this game. Let's just get into it. It's 11:23. We've been streaming for 4 hours now. This is easily the longest Community League stream we've had yet, partially by design. But it's all going to come to an end within the next few minutes, as Meeseeks and Universal Healthcare for All, our 2 top rated players of the league, and a face off in a 1v1 single elimination deathmatch finals here. 1v1 mid SF, no bottles, no runes, no creep blocking, no soul ring, and no infused raindrops. Meeseeks going for his trademark quadruple fairy fire build. Universal going for a few more stats here, going for an extra slipper, a mango, and a salve. Meeseeks with 53 damage and Universal with 50. Universal does start with a ward though, so he's going to get his vision out before Meeseeks here. Universal Healthcare for All, we saw him make the upper bracket run against Occasionally Lucky and then Mr. Meeseeks himself in round 2, but Mr. Meeseeks, while he won round 1, he lost round 2 against Universal Healthcare for All. He's looking for his revenge now, and he's had a bit more games to warm up here.
30 seconds and counting.
God, these players sure do find interesting spots to stand. Universal Healthcare almost looks like he wants to place a ward here or something. Like he's going for the bounty rune. No bounty runes in this game mode, however. Even if there were, there's a no runes rule in place, so both players are going to have to wait for the creeps to spawn in order to get the game started. Meeseeks has already skilled Necromastery, but Universal's still holding on to his point. There's still the chance of a Shadow Raise level 1 build. The creeps meet. Meeseeks, he's still got a Fairy Fire in the backpack, so working with 2 less damage currently. Universal, he will skill the raises. He'll try to get the last hit on the range creep, but he won't quite get it. Good attempt. He can still get the deny on this range creep here as he preps it. Gonna land a raise onto Meeseeks here. Try and get an early advantage in the first level that he can push once he gets Necromastery leveled up. This one last creep, and even though no, it didn't get denied there, so that will be enough for Necromastery. If it got denied, he wouldn't have Necromastery right now. popping a mango here. Universal Healthcare for All. Looking good on the HP front and looking even better on the souls front here. Actually, they're even in souls, but he's got 2 denies. And Universal, he's the one who's holding a salve right now. Me6 is not. He's only holding mangoes and fairy fires. And now Universal really is pulling ahead in the souls. The level 1 Shadow Raise build doing dividends, and Me6 is going to whiff that raise and give away a ranged Kryptonite to Universal Healthcare here. Nice auto attack. One thing that we've seen define the way a lot of these go is the player who's better at finding the opportunity to get in auto attacks is obviously going to have a lot of an easier time finding a kill on the opposing player. Universal Healthcare now. Me6 is very low on mana. He's fishing for the kill and he's going to get it with the long raise. He still had the residual extra damage from that medium Shadow Raise, and with the long one, he will find the first blood onto Mr. Me6. Universal Healthcare for All off to a great start in this Grand Finals matchup. Gonna get a mango delivered now. Me6 is gonna come to lane with an extra circlet. But now 1 soul, 2, not just 11, 12 now. 2 souls now to 12. Me6 certainly has an uphill battle to climb. Yeah. Me6 certainly has an uphill battle in store for him, but we've seen him already make a bit of a comeback against Occasionally Lucky. Nice deny there. He's definitely capable of doing it again. Universal Healthcare, more mangoes in the stash. He's going to work his career overtime here. Taking a couple raises. Time to salve up. Long raise still on cooldown. He'll go for the medium into the long. Not fishing for the close here. Nice CS under tower. Okay, 14 souls to 8. The damage difference is getting smaller. But Me6 is still only working with level 1 Necro. Universal, 2 raises might be enough, not quite. God, Me6 showing a lot of patience here, not popping a Fairy Fire there. Definitely felt like he was in kill range. But he knew he wasn't. He doesn't pop a Fairy Fire. Universal, he's fishing for it. He doesn't want to give Me6 any space. He's going to start popping Fairy Fires in order to feel safe walking up to the lane again. Universal, full health, full mana. Ooh, Me6 shows himself, but both players whiffing their raises. Universal, 6 more seconds on the medium raise. Me6, he used the long one there. He's going to show himself. Universal, the medium one's up, but he's going to whiff it. The long one's not going to be enough after he whiffs the medium. Universal's going to be the one to salve up now. Mr. Me6 still struggling a bit on the health department. Universal, he'll pop the long raise. Me6 now has an opportunity to salve up. It's a level 3 raise versus level 2. The XP difference is pretty large. Wow, nicely placed raise there. Was he really envisioned for that? Oh, that was unfortunate. 14 souls to 13. The damage difference is practically zilch right now. But Universal Healthcare, he's trying to get more regen delivered on the courier. Whiffing another medium raise. Perhaps the nerves are getting to him here. As we hit 5 minutes, these players are going to want to be ready to place another Observer Wards as their initial ones expire. And their vision is going to decrease. You can already see this one is going to be the first to expire, followed by this one. And then this one still has another minute and a half. Universal with his ob still has another minute and a half, so should be alright for now. Me6 standing in a nice spot where he knows he's not going to get hit by a raise that hits him and the creeps, but he's not really capable of aggroing the creeps down from the hill and ensuring that he won't be the victim of an uphill miss. Nice raise, but it does give away a range creep deny. The CS lead is quite big. Universal Healthcare working with a bit more mana here and an extra Wraith Band. Attack speed certainly makes a difference. where you're primarily going to be attacking the enemy in between creeps. Ooh, uphill miss from Universal Healthcare. He'll get the medium raise now. Mr. Meeseeks, half on health. Universal's going to salve up. And Meeseeks is not getting anything more delivered on the courier. If he comes too far forward, Universal might be able to find the pick-off. He really needs to fish for a close raise or some more auto attacks or something. He's got his mangoes delivered. Meeseeks has to be careful. Still not getting anything delivered on the courier. He's got a salve and 3 mangoes coming now. He's going to want to place that Observer Ward sometime soon. Catapult now for Universal. He's got level 4 raise. He's going to be able to push the lane in pretty effectively. He's going to pop the mangoes with the medium raise, with the long raise. The nerves are getting to Universal as he's whiffing raises left and right, but he's still maintaining a big CS lead and a big XP lead. He's still working with higher level raises than what Mr. Meeseeks has, and with that attack, 1 raise might be enough. It is! Universal Healthcare. First place finish. 10 weeks led up to this. Universal Healthcare, he's going to take home $50 of prize money in the form of a Steam gift voucher. Mr. Meeseeks, I mean, congratulations on second place. You definitely put up a great fight there, and you're going to go home with $25. So, you know, nothing too shabby there either. I think we might need a winner's interview here, so I'm going to call up Universal Healthcare. How does he do it?
How does he do it?
How does he do it? Oh, he's excited. This is a happy man we've just called up.
Prize! I want my fucking prize.
Haha, you'll get it.
Okay.
You were getting nervous, I could tell.
Oh,
Just from
yeah,
watching you play.
Which game? The last game?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
was.
were whiffing a lot of raises towards the end.
I literally said that to the boys in the chat. I was like, I was whiffing those raises at the end. Believe it. Yeah.
Congratulations, Marcus, Universal Healthcare on first place in the Community Dota 2 League.
First place. Wow.
You'll make it out with
I'm
$50.
Thank you.
Do you have anything?
To everyone that played.
Do you have anything to say to the fans out there? The ladies?
The ladies. I don't have any ladies, but to Benji, he's pretty much my lady. Shout out to Benji.
True.
Shout out to the boys that played. Thank you all for playing with me and having fun. It was great.
Next time you're in the nightclub, make sure you tell the girl you're dancing with to that you won the Swinburne Esports Community Dota 2 League.
Yeah,
Flash your Steam gift card at her.
Oh, hell yeah.
Alright, I'll let you guys celebrate your win.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone who joined us here tonight. Thank you to everyone who joined us here over the last 10 weeks. It's been a wild ride. That finals format really was something special. We got away with way too much fun over the last 10 weeks. I mean, you can see it in that highlights video, you know. Something special every week. These game modes, man. We all had a great time, so thank you for playing, thank you for watching. Whether it was in the first 9 weeks or it was just today. Hopefully we'll be back again next semester. Bigger and better. More prize money, more game modes. I'll see you around.